proud Americans. My name's Host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And the creative genius behind the internet's only YouTube channel. Do you think having the world's only YouTube channel just happens to you? No. It takes a special kind of person to have the world's only YouTube channel. What kind of person? This kind. What are you doing here? I'm making some dinner for me and Rachel. It's gonna have bread, chicken, cheese, a little mustard. In other words, chicken sandwiches. Alright, well, the chicken's still a little too frozen for the cut, but it's fine. Fine to cut. It's unfrozen enough that my knife can get through it. Had a doctor's appointment today. Got a little bit more work on my snake jazz song. Which is, I got a bass line recorded. It may be the case that all that's left is vocals. Or maybe I'll end up putting something else in there too, I don't know. I'm pretty pleased with how the bass came out, and I did all the work part of it too, which is after I recorded it, I did all the fitting it properly so that everything's locked in the pocket. Unless you're an incredibly good musician, much better than me, for sure, then when you record something, there's a decent chance you're going to have to go move notes, note by note, to make them line up at the right spot exactly. B loves you. Well, thanks, B, for loving me. I guess you love anybody who reads that, though, so I shouldn't feel too special. But regardless, I want to thank you for putting love into the world rather than hate. Because don't we have enough hate right now? Everywhere you look, it seems like everyone's constantly hating. Finally got past the advent of code problem I was stuck on. Do you use an advent calendar? What's up, Unc? Hope you're doing good. I am doing good. I'm cooking some dinner. Cooking some chicken here that I'll be using to make chicken sandwiches when it's done. Put it up a little bit more. Okay. I think kind of smallish pieces of chicken because we've got small pieces of bread. Yes, we'll each have 2 small sandwiches, so we're not getting cheated in quantity of food by the small pieces of bread. But if you want them to do a job of holding some chicken between them, then chicken can't be too big. I'm just cooking this chicken right now in a little bit of wine, but we are going to add just a splash more because it seems like the liquid's getting kind of low. Well, it's not really, but just a little splash more. But mostly what I want to add here is a couple of things to make it taste better. No, they're chicken sandwiches, in case you're And in fact, not only are they not sandwiches made out of fingers, they're not even sandwiches that you can eat with your fingers. And you can't eat it with utensils either. You have to lean down, put your mouth around it on the plate, and bite it like that without any hands. So we're going to use some garlic powder now. And then a little bit of pepper. But for salt, I'm going to just put a little soy sauce in here rather than actually putting salt. Stir that around a bit. And we just get a little bit of soy sauce. Once you put soy sauce in something like this, even though there's already a little bit of liquid in the bottom, it'll start to caramelize a lot faster. For some reason, soy sauce caramelizes quickly. Now, we've excluded any of the fingers from the chicken. This started off life as a chicken breast. Alright. Now we just stir that around a bit. Make sure that the soy sauce gets a little bit of it on every piece. Now we're cooking with biscuits. Alright. We'll let that go for just another minute or two, but it's pretty much done, I think. Chicken amuse-bouches. I think they're called amuse-bouche. Is it with an M? Maybe you're right. It's like, hey, restaurant people, give it its name in English. Nobody wants to learn French about food, you know? Just get over your fancy French talk already. You mean like appetizer? Is that what you meant to say? I'm sorry, fancy chef man, but no one wants to eat sea anemone and frickin' like sea anemone wrapped in a radish leaf or something. Nobody wants to eat that. Making food out of gross stuff doesn't make it fancier. Everybody just needs to accept that reality. All of Asia needs to learn an important rule. The ocean is not a place to find food. The ocean is a place to avoid. Why? Because let's say you decide like, oh, I'm going to go to the ocean. What are the possible outcomes? Either you stay on the land part and you just get sandy because you're too close to the ocean, which is bad. Or you go in the ocean without a boat, in which case you get seasick. Or you go in a boat, in which case you get seasick. Or you go into the ocean without a boat, in which case you get all salty and sticky. Nothing good happens when people go to the ocean. Mouth amusements. Look, dinner is not a circus. We don't need to amuse our mouths with tricks and grossnesses. What you'll notice about this meal is that there is not a single gross thing included in this meal. It's just bread, cheese, and chicken. How many of these things come from the ocean? 0. How many things in any given meal should come from the ocean? 0. Now, every once in a while, maybe you'll make an exception. Rachel likes her lobster, and sometimes I'll make a tuna melt. Every once in a while, I get fish and chips. But don't fool yourself, girl. Those are just the exceptions that prove the rule. You might be saying, is that really a thing, Eric? Exceptions that prove the rule? Well, no, it's not really a thing. But what I think people mean when they say that is like, you know all the work I have to do to prepare tuna just to make it into a palatable sandwich? Well, in that regard, tuna is an exception. You can eat it even though it comes from the ocean. But it kind of proves the point because you have to do all this shit to it just to make it palatable. Okay, shh. Here, have some chicken. Here. Okay. 2 sandwiches, but we're not quite done yet because I want to cut them in half. Well, we don't have to cut it in half. Look at this. We're going to go a little easier to eat, I think. Okay, good. Relatively quick and easy dinner to make. And just put this mustard back. Based on my past experiences with it, it gets somewhere between ISP and INFJ. I mean, there's no areas between those two types, right? The nice thing about typology is every type is its own distinct city and there's no urban sprawl. Here you go, lady.
Thank you, mister.
You're welcome.
It's delicious.
Thanks.
That's great.
Okay. So now we've got food, which I desperately needed. But more or less the first time I've eaten all that.
Hey, Keisha.
What's the topic of the hour? Well, at the moment, I just finished cooking this dinner So, I guess temporarily the topic is dinner, namely me eating dinner rather than talking is the topic. But what qualifies as a uncommon expression of the channel? Normally I'm talking. I'm gonna stare at you real hard while you eat. That's fair. If I'm gonna eat in front of you, I deserve it. Most likely, I'm just gonna perceive the stare as an impatient FE indicator. Like, hurry up! You're doing something wrong. Jonathan and Day, what is it that you cannot do? You can't win an Olympic gold medal? Well, that doesn't make anything unusual about it. There's nothing wrong with you for not being able to win an Olympic gold medal. Oh, well, more correctly, you don't want to watch this. You could, in theory. But you don't want to because you're not interested in my clever repartee. So probably what I'd recommend is try something else that's more banal. Maybe like find a video of cars crashing or something. That'll give you lots of action. It's easy to understand. It only engages you emotionally. I understand the dislike for watching people eat. But you just happen to come in a bad time for that in a sense because I haven't been streaming for very long, this stream, but I've been streaming for quite a while. But regardless of that, the second thing, not wanting to watch somebody eat, isn't even at all necessary to establish that you don't want to watch this. All that's necessary is that you don't find it interesting or care what I'm saying. Hi, Steve. I need to try Willie Nelson's THC gin, huh? The problem is I don't drink alcohol. It's going pretty well. You know, I came into the new year with some good resolve to turn over a new leaf in a couple of areas, and I've been doing okay with that, I guess, sort of. Well, I'd like to return to a substantially greater degree than I have in the last few years to the world of productive stuff and I like to get a job and or generate a lot more typing service business. I'm trying to start trying again, basically, in general in life. Well, it's obviously tough to change your habits in general because if we're easy to be different than you normally are, then you'd be that way normally. What do you think about entering back into the work world with something simplistic and fun like delivering auto parts? No, that's very much what I'm thinking. I've been considering applying to the bootjack market for their deli/stalker position. But at the moment, I have to, first, before I even consider getting a job, I have to nail down reliable transportation because my car was a disaster of December. It was the December to Remember sales event where I got sold nothing for thousands of dollars because my car broke down. It had substantial problems with it and it just kept spiraling and spiraling into bigger and bigger costs. Anyway, now we're borrowing the neighbor's car. Our car is not working at all. It's sitting out here in the driveway. And I put into works us getting Delilah's car that she's not driving. She has a different one that she is driving. So, a lot of stuff. Cute monkey. I am a cute monkey.
Mm-hmm.
My New Year started off with the end of a 3-year relationship. I'm not used to being so alone, to be honest. Yeah, well, I mean, that's going to be, obviously, that's a big deal when you end a long-term relationship. You're going to feel very much out of your element,
Yeah. That happened to me. I was basically broken up with on New Year's Day.
Hey, everybody.
Did it make you want to listen to that U2 song?
It made me feel like an INFP.
Mm.
I had it was all dark in my room and I was under the covers and I was listening to sad music and I remember thinking to myself, I was like, this is what it must be like to be an INFP.
Mm. Well, Steelers did just end a 19-year relationship with their coach. Has it been that long? 19 years? That's a long time for that guy to have coached the Steelers. And it's like, your team's kind of spoiled if you're a coach who gets fired after you make the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I guess Steelers felt like he wasn't getting over the hump or something. Oh, he ended it with them. Oh, I didn't know that. So he said like, I'm done coaching football for a while, or he wanted to go with a different team. Mike Tomlin, is that his name? I think so. I think his name's Mike Tomlin. He's done for a while? Okay. You know who else is done coaching for a while is Michigan's former head coach, but for much different reasons. Well, I don't remember what that guy's name was, but boy, he had big public drama at the end of his job there at Michigan. Cost him a lot of money too. Cost him a lot because he gave them reason to fire him with cause, so they don't owe him anything. Dan Marine said Tomlin informed them he wasn't planning on coaching anytime soon. Maybe he'd go coach high school or something. It'd be less stressful. Jim Harbaugh is was coaching the Chargers. His brother John Harbaugh got fired, right? So if you're in the market for a Harbaugh, maybe look for John.
Which Harbaugh coached the Bears for a little. Jim? Or was it or it was the 49ers?
Jim Harbaugh coached Michigan for a while.
And then
the college.
so was the other one who
I don't know.
Like, didn't one of them I know like that name.
John Harbaugh coached the Ravens for a long time.
Maybe that's it. Yeah, that must be it.
And Jim Harbaugh, I don't remember what he did before he coached Michigan, but after coaching Michigan, he went to the Chargers. Coward did the same thing. He bailed out without anybody knowing. Coward. I don't know who that is. Oh, I see what you're saying. The previous Steelers coach. Yeah, I do know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. Hardball.
Which Harbaugh freaked out?
Oh, Jim Harbaugh was 49ers, Stanford, University of San Diego. Some point he went to Michigan, then he went to the Chargers, where he is now currently.
Okay, so I did know that.
You were correct. Well, you get a coach that's very successful in college, like Pete Carroll or Jim Harbaugh, and like the NCAA makes things rough for them until they just say, "Fuck it, I'm going to the NFL." John Harbaugh was 18 years with the Ravens, prior with special teams coordinator with the Eagles. Jim and John played one another in the Super Bowl. As players or as coaches? Did they play football when they were younger? Did they play NFL football? Galt didn't say he was going to drink cider and talk to his friend on Discord, so I assume he's still here. Maybe. Or maybe he's switching it up on you and he went without announcing it. Just so he could shock you. Harbaugh was a Bear, Colt, and Charger. John is 3-0 versus brother Jim as head coaches. Huh. Did they play college football? Jim and John Harbaugh? One thing I think is interesting about relatives in football is Jason and Travis Kelce. Like they've got they play very different positions. You know, Jason Kelce is a lineman, and Travis Kelce is a tight end. Now, granted, tight ends sometimes block, but by and large, tight ends are considered skills positions, and line is considered line. He did mention he finally got past the advent of code problem he was stuck on, so maybe I am to assume he's returning to his code when done speaking. Possibly. The Mannings all played the same. Jim was quarterback at Michigan. John was D-back at Miami of Ohio. The Mannings, Peyton Manning, he played for Tennessee, I think. Eli Manning, I'm not sure. Arch Manning, he played for Texas this year, I think. It's like Arch Manning hasn't really fully come. Oh, Eli Manning played at Ole Miss? Yeah, Eli Manning played at Ole Miss. Arch Manning hasn't really fully come into his own as a college quarterback yet. But yeah, thank you for telling me, Dr. Red Taco. I remembered before I read your thing, but thank you anyway. Peyton, Eli, Archie. Now, Archie's their dad, isn't he? Or is there a fourth Manning son that's named Archie? Here's a fun trivia question. If I say fantastic college quarterback who did nothing in the NFL, who just failed totally in the NFL, what's the first name you think of? What is the first name you think of? Cooper is the other son who was supposed to be the best of the bunch but hurt his neck. Oh, so is he recovering or is he done playing football because of the injury? Yeah, Johnny Football is right. Johnny Manziel is the first quarterback that comes to mind when I say, for me too, when I say like, yeah, Tebow's another one.
Tebow, yeah, he was hyped up big time.
But see, here's the deal with Tebow. Even though he won the Heisman Trophy, I don't think NFL people ever really took him seriously as a
No.
quarterback option at all. They'd say, well, we could draft him maybe and put him in a tight end, or we could draft him in MMA, you know. But Manziel, he was electric in college. He made Texas A&M the most exciting team in the country. Jamarcus Russell, Todd Marinovich. Well, Todd Marinovich, I remember and know well because he was called Todd Marinovich. He played for USC. I grew up and spent my whole life as a USC football fan. And so I'm well aware of Todd Marinovich's blowing out in the NFL. But Jamarcus Russell, I'm not sure about. I'm not familiar with his story very much. I bet you've got some stories, sir. I do have some stories. Hey, another majestic INFJ. Somehow I didn't realize that was you until right now. Weiner did okay in the. He had a little bit of success in the pros. Not as much success in the pros as Carson Palmer or Sam Darnold's another former USC quarterback that's doing quite well. Matt Castle was a former USC quarterback who got drafted in a good pro career, despite the fact that he never even started a game at USC. He was the backup quarterback his entire time there.
I feel like Cam Newton had like big high hopes, and he only really performed later on in his career.
Well, yeah, but he at least had a fairly long NFL
He
career.
did.
Whereas like Johnny Manziel, I think he was in the NFL for like 1 year maybe.
Oh my God! Wow, that's
Ryan Leaf also performed very well in the NFL. Or Charlie Ward. Remember Charlie Ward? He's a Heisman Trophy winner. But I'm glad another another majestic INFJ said the one that I was thinking of in my head first. Because there's one poster child for like problematic college quarterback failing to succeed in the NFL. It's Johnny Manziel. Mariota's had a fairly long career in the NFL. Ward had a good NBA career. Yeah, but he won the Heisman Trophy. What's he doing playing basketball? I mean, I would get it if he played baseball instead because, like, if you could play baseball and football and basketball, you should play baseball. You're gonna get the most compensation, the longest career, and um, and you're not that likely to hurt yourself. Whereas, like Bo Jackson should have just given up on football so he could have not ruined his leg like that. What's the ideal threshold of coke usage for sport? Um, I'd say about an 8 ball every day. 1 8 ball every day. Long but good. Well, I'm just saying, like, if you're Bo Jackson, you must regret having decided to play both football and baseball because he could have had a long, illustrious baseball career, but he basically had his leg chopped off when that injury happened. It was an incredibly gruesome leg injury. Deion Sanders, remember when he played baseball?
no.
Yeah, prime time. He was a very successful defensive back in football, but he also wanted to play baseball because he was a good baseball player too. Not like Michael Jordan, right? Michael Jordan was like, oh, I'm a good basketball player. I want to play baseball too.
Yeah.
But nobody ever would have let him play baseball if he hadn't been Michael Jordan and the Bulls owner didn't want to just indulge him in whatever so he could come back and play basketball again. Because he was not good at baseball. I mean, he wasn't terrible. He's probably better than me at baseball. But that's not saying much. He was like a light hitting singles hitter who had pretty good speed on the base paths but didn't get on there very often. Great point guard for the Knicks. Mr. Charlie Ward, you mean? Well, you know what one of my favorite parts of Knicks basketball history is? Linsanity.
Yeah, that was really fun. That got me into basketball.
How much would somebody have to pay me to remove my leg below the knee? Quite a bit, but not infinite amount. I'm not that into walking around and standing up. Chack and whiskers. Chackins don't even have whiskers. The Reggie Miller choke. Well, Reggie Miller and Cheryl Miller, I see them every time USC plays UCLA. Because Cheryl Miller played at USC, Reggie Miller played at UCLA. They were both at the SC UCLA women's basketball game the other night. I was watching it on TV. SC got stomped, unfortunately. Len Bias. Here's what I have to say about Len Bias. What propaganda? He did not die because he was doing cocaine. He died because he had a bad heart and was playing basketball. That, not the first guy to suddenly have heart problems playing basketball. Off topic, greatest NCAA college basketball player that never played a day in the NBA, even though he was drafted by an NBA team. Greatest NCAA college basketball player that never played a day in the NBA, even though he was drafted by an NBA team. I don't know. I don't know basketball nearly as well as I know football. Like football, I know college football, and I know some NFL too. And basketball, I know some college basketball, but basically not much NBA because I don't really like it. In baseball, I know MLB, but I don't know anything about college baseball. There's no amount of money for you to remove your leg. Well, fair enough. I'll keep that in mind next time I'm trying to buy a leg. Don't bother trying to get Fly Guys. His chat is not really off topic. True, it's about basketball, and that's a different sport, but it's still really the same topic. And the topic is college booms, pro busts. Like whatever happened to Brian Bosworth? Was he really that good in the pros? Not really. Did Greg Oden ever play? I don't know. I'm not sure. My guess is going to be best NCAA college basketball player that never played in the NBA, Magic Johnson. I'm assuming he never played in the NBA. I stopped watching him when he quit playing in Michigan State. Yeah, I periodically watch bits of another Majestic INFJ streams as well, after he's done making them, usually. He has interesting things to say. Interesting observations to make. I had a really nice time chatting with this guy at Type yesterday, who was an INTP. He and I had a lot in common. He was about my age. His parents were dead. He was an NTP. He smoked and, did a fair, seems like did some decent amount of self-medicating maybe. We had a lot in common. I asked him, I don't even remember how it got started into this, but I was talking to him about, I think it started with, what kind of content, what kind of science. He mentioned he watched science videos on YouTube. So, what's something that you might, articulate a position on about science? And he immediately launched into how dark matter and dark energy were bullshit. I was like, oh, what a refreshing breath of sensibleness. It's like, get your dark energy and dark matter out of here. And the way he explained why it was bullshit, it was much more informed and comprehensive than how I explained it. It's bullshit. He was able to articulate exactly the cosmological experimental data that they used to justify the conclusion, in a lot more detail than I am able to. You fly in under the radar somehow. It's a limited and distinguished list of followers. Listen, another Majestic INFJ. I'm going to say something very like INFJ to you. The right people will get it. And it is true that, as a general rule, you don't want, let's say I make a, well, it doesn't really hurt, but it's like if I make a song and somebody's got really terrible taste in music, likes my song a lot, it makes me kind of wonder, is something really shitty about this? Is that why this person likes it? Anyway, I'll play you guys the worked on version of the Snake Jazz song. It's got a bass now. I've structured it such that it goes verse, long chorus with vocals. And then it just goes verse with the piano part on top of it. One verse, one chorus with the piano top of each of those. And then ends with another verse with vocals, and then that's it. 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Lynn Bias, second overall pick by the Celtics, consensus All-American. You mentioned his health issues that led to his passing. Yes, his health issues were, he played basketball, which is very heart intensive. A lot of basketball players have enlarged hearts. But, and he was just genetically not, he was was gonna happen because he had a bad heart. And he didn't find out about it until it happened, you know. Hey Eric, what's your favorite video game to play stoned? Well, I don't really play video games much, but when we do play a video game, Fly Guy's not wrong. We're relatively likely to play Paperboy on the emulator on the PC. Or Road Rash, the motorcycle game that was originally on Sega, that's also on the emulator on the PC. And by the emulator, I mean there's this website that lets you play all those kind of old games as long as it's legal to emulate them. Nintendo's like a bitch about everything. They're like, we're Nintendo and we're a little bitch and we get all fussy every time anybody does anything with our games. Paperboy is kind of scary. Well, I think it's a testimony to just how endangered our children used to be when we asked them to ride paper routes. But with the monsters, the bees, the cars, people rolling shit across the road, it is a death trap out there. That's why it's good that we no longer read newspapers. My dad got the newspaper till the end of his life. So, old people still do get newspapers potentially. They're not completely gone, as evidenced by the fact that, you know, 3-4 years ago, whenever it was, 3 years ago, 3.5 when my dad was alive, he was still getting the newspaper every day, the Los Angeles Times. I still get a newspaper thrown into my driveway every now and then. I'm not sure why. Well, because it's probably one of those newspapers that makes its money by selling classified ads and then has some sort of distribution guarantee or something. Probably one of those things. Or it could be that one of your neighbors gets the newspaper and sometimes they accidentally throw it at your house too. When I was a kid, I used to just throw the newspaper, just a little string around it. But I remember the time period when, like, sometimes they'd throw the newspaper and it would kind of land on the grass and the sprinklers would get it all wet. So then you have to call the newspaper and tell them to bring you another one. Then they started putting plastic bags over it. I guess that happened too much. And that's why all of modern America's newspapers are dry. One to grow on. Something you learned today that you didn't know you were going to learn. They used to throw newspapers without any plastic bag on them. What is that? Hi. What's the trouble? I thought it was maybe Leo. You want to go inside, Trouble? No? You're just scampering around, feeling your oats, feeling high-spirited. There he is. In case you didn't believe me, unless you thought I was just making up a cat to talk to. You want to go in? I guess he'll wait for me. Go in. He doesn't look like he... If he wanted to go in right now, he'd be at the corner with his face like put in the thing, so I'd know he wanted to go inside. You whistling? Is that what this says? In here, I can't seem to stop getting banned in these streams. It's like North Korea in some of those. Well, I do. I don't go to streams very often, but I do recall I went to one stream that Rachel was listening to something in, and I was kind of lighthearted in my chat. Not really making fun of astrology or anything, but not taking it super seriously. And I just got insta banned. I was like, okay, this is clearly an FI tool user. You got banned pretty quickly? That seems really strange to me because I don't think of you as somebody who does anything, crosses any lines at all. If anything, I think of you as somebody with good observations and advice, especially when it comes to other people's emotional states or their motivations. Or do you say I get banned pretty quickly in general? Is that what you mean? Well, I'm very slow with the ban hammer, but there are some things that'll get you like banned pretty quick, like spamming, spiteful shit. Sometimes people hate me and they just come in and just start spamming shit. Eric is horrible. Eric sucks. And when that happens, I tend to ban those people pretty quickly. Also, people start laying out with a hate speech. I'll usually ban that pretty quickly. But you know, it has to genuinely qualify as such. It can't be unpopular perspectives. That won't get you banned. If you're wrong, what will happen is that I will tell you you're wrong and explain why you're wrong. It's actually crazy though. Like all I said last time was just, isn't there something nice about how weird, comforting, but also boring about being on these streams? I mean, that seems like a perfectly reasonable thing to say to me. I do promise to provide this as live stream content while I'm streaming, but I don't promise to be exciting. Anybody could easily say, Eric, you're being boring, and I would say, well, maybe I am being boring. I'm getting older now. I can't just party and rock and roll all the time. Thank you for noticing my thumbnail. I just took it with my phone real quick before I started the stream. Right, so I was gonna play you guys this. So this is the Snake Jazz song with bass in it and cleaned up some. I'll sing the vocal part for the verses, but I don't really have the vocal part figured out for the chorus yet. Yeah, it can just be a chill time. Right. I mean, the thing is, I stream like every single day pretty much. Not every day. Sometimes I take a break for several days or as long as like a week, but the rest of the month I'll be streaming pretty much every day. And sometimes I stream for a very long time. Why? Because I just like hanging out with my internet friends. That's why. To drive himself to. Let me start it over. Okay. Right. Let me mute this. Let me use it like this. Meow. She woke up. He woke up. Fell down. They drive themselves to town to pick up smokes, get some cokes, then walk in the park. Shady trees stroll along. He's humming this new song. They hold hands and they plan to visit a friend. something like that for the band. I'm not exactly sure what to do there. He drove up, he fell down. That's right, there's no vocals in this part. It's just the piano part. When he fell down, they dropped themselves to town to pick up smokes and get some cokes, then walk in the park. And that's it, 2 minutes, 15 seconds. I didn't execute the vocal very well, but you get the idea. It sounds better with bass in than it did before. I'm pleased with the tone quality of the bass as well. I used fretless as the bass on the keyboard here to play it. If I had known I was going to get this keyboard and always play bass on it, I never would have gotten a bass and bass cabinet and bass head. It's a great bass I have too, but you know, it's just so much easier to play bass on the keyboard. Steve is the man who met Harvey Levin. Please let the cat sing. Hi, watercolor person. Steve Billings. I believe you might be Steve Billings, in which case, yes, you have stopped by. You're here. If you're not Steve Billings, maybe you should let him know that you're a huge fan of his. Thanks, Acacia. So, you know, it's been a while since I felt like interested in, excited by some musical project enough that it's likely to get completed. That one is one that's likely to get completed. And so is Pinata Sombreros, I think. Because Pinata Sombreros, what is this? Oh yeah. Pinata Sombreros is a very good song. I could put bass in this, but there's too. You know, piñatas, sombreros, 5 pesos each to ride my burros. So that song I can see myself making something out of too, because I already have the verse part. I've got the general gist of the chorus part. I'm not exactly sure what the words are going to be, but I've got most of the words made for the whole thing, and I could just put some vocals down, call it a song, or I could put some bass down as well, potentially. And you know, it's a really pleasant little song to listen to because, first of all, it's about things that everybody likes. Everybody likes piñatas, everybody likes sombreros, and everybody likes burros. Everybody likes tequila, everybody likes churros, and everybody likes siestas. Liking those things isn't unique to Mexico, okay? You don't have to be Mexican to like Mexican things. What is burros? They're like donkeys, kind of. holes gophers live in? No. It's Mexican for donkey. And people are sometimes surprised by this, but burro is still the number one mode of transportation in Mexico today. Nearly half of the Mexican population commutes to and from work by riding a burro. How about a churro siesta? Well, I think the second verse starts with tequila and churros. Um, you know, maybe got to fill up before siesta, or um, it's time for our siesta. Either of those would be fine. And then in the chorus, I'm not sure yet. It could be about, say, beaches. Could be about Mayan pyramids. What else is there in Mexico? Could be about chupacabras, pueblos. Could be about um, could be about the lawless reality of a nation state that's lost control over parts of itself to cartels. That seems a little bit inconsistent with the mood. Did meow meow ever enter your brain and you decided not to say it? Who, me? Did what? Oh, cartel ever? Right. Well, I mean, it certainly is a possible thing that one associates with Mexico, but it's not really consistent with the mood of that song. Ceviche? That's a Mexican food thing that you eat in Mexico. It's their version of raw fish, but it's not really raw because they put citric acid on it, like lemon juice, lime juice. Still, I'm not a big believer in eating raw stuff, even in a first world country. We mastered the science of fire a long time ago. Why are we still eating things raw? You know, obviously mariachi bands are a thing in Mexico. Tuba is big in Mexico. A lot of Mexican music uses tuba for bass. Isn't that you think that's kind of surprising? Why would Mexico be into the tuba? Well, I think it had to do with some sort of influence of German immigrants or something, if I remember correctly, who brought like Oompa Loompa music or whatever it's called. What's that stuff called? Uh, Polka. It's based on polka, I think. Dia de los Muertos. Right. We could talk about that. We could talk about Cinco de Mayo. That's a huge day in Mexico. The day when they defeated the French. Hello, senor. On to short about why we shouldn't argue about God. I left a response. I think you'd value it. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll respond to your response. I haven't seen it yet, but I'll look at it right now when I go back inside. I need to make the chat bigger because even looking through the window onto the big screen inside, I have to strain to read what's being typed there. Oh, I do have my glasses with me? No, I don't have my glasses with me. Oh, Eric. You're such a schmerick. If you wanted to complain and say, Eric, your number one problem is that you're too schmericky, I'd say, preaching to the choir, brother. Preaching to the choir. Rachel asked me a question earlier that, well, she didn't like my answer and sort of convinced me that my answer was wrong. She said, if somebody says to you, flattery will get you everywhere, is that supposed to be an insult? And I said, no, because it seems to me like they're saying, well, I do like to be flattered, but she says, no, she thinks when she's heard it, it's been used as an insult. Like, I guess it's like this, like, flattery will get you everywhere, huh? Maybe like that tone. But, of course, it's a variation on the actual saying, which is, flattery will get you nowhere. Yeah, well, Rachel is very consistent about when we go out in the world and there's some counter person, clerk or whatever, and she, let's say, thinks that lady has cute earrings on or something, she's gonna say that to the lady. I love your top. Oh my gosh. Is that blush on your face? She doesn't really talk about their makeup. Yeah, you can encode it with, what does that say? Subtext with body language stuff and voice tone, but the default understanding is what you said. It's more likely to be like, oh, I do like to be praised. Your PFP is some kind of beautiful temple. So is that. That is sanctified ground now, a holy place. Okay, let me go look at this person's response to the argument about God thing. Did we play the theme song yet? What's the theme song? Thanks, Filer. I almost read that as filler, but obviously one L makes it Filer. Let's see here. You're in. It's boot camp time. I don't want to go to that though. It's like when YouTube invites me to some like special training thing, I think, oh, I guess I should probably go because then they're gonna say like, well, this guy doesn't even care about it, so then he's not gonna, then they're gonna not help me at all or something. This one, the strongest logical argument for God is the transcendental argument for God, espoused by J. Dyer. X therefore Y, knowledge therefore God. For us to have knowledge, there are many interlocking material and immaterial conditional. Okay, well, I can tell you right now what's wrong with that notion. Knowledge isn't actually something we have. It's something we do. We know in two different ways. And both of them are ways of paying attention. And just because you know something doesn't mean you're right. So I can know something with my intuition and be wrong. I can know something with my experience and be wrong. But the traditional kind of philosophy 101 epistemology question of what's the difference between knowledge, belief, etc. That's not a real question, because once you understand that um, knowing is a way of paying attention, then uh, then then all the kind of epistemological tricky spots just flatten it right out. Um, but more importantly, right? Well, it's like so you see how what I'm saying responds to this whole thing, right? These categories must be philosophically justified or risk being arbitrary and impossible. They're not. They're neither arbitrary nor philosophically justified. They're ways of paying attention. If I remember something, my memory might be wrong, but it's not going to seem to me like it is. I'm going to know it, right? Same with our intuition. If these things coincided in time and seem to be related, and surely this must have triggered that, like, oh, the neighbors must be mad at us because they, I made a bunch of noise last time. Today they put up a big awning to cover their house or something. Well, really, it could just be totally incidental, right? I might know that, but it doesn't mean it's correct. Now, on the other hand, we can determine things and parse out why we've made that determination. But those kind of parsable things, if it's like truly parsable, it's definitionally parsable, which is to say people are using definitions to do certain things. And accordingly, if you accept their established set limits, then you can deduce correctly meow from those conditions. But that is also a way of people acting. It's not knowledge doesn't exist outside of people knowing things. But I do appreciate your comment. Like, lack of adequate justifications for knowledge, such as materialism or naturalism. Well, yeah, anybody who's trying to say knowledge exists and is distinct as an object of analysis from people knowing things is wrong. I think the argument's about the inherent intelligibility of existence, not our knowing about it. So that because existence is intelligible, God exists. Okay, well, the thing is, even if let's say you wanted to make this transcendental argument, okay, the first thing you'd have to do is successfully negate my standing rebuttal to the idea, which is that it's that if you are engaged in faith, then you can't be logically justified. You can't be logically or data wise justified. So 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 it is implicitly contradictory for a person of faith to claim that their faith doesn't require faith, and that it's better when it doesn't require faith, when you can prove it or something. That's missing the point entirely. That's, prayer is a behavior, faith is a behavior through which we engage our religious frame, right? Through which we engage God. So, obviously, if if God didn't require faith, it wouldn't qualify as that kind of frame of reference. I don't define faith uniquely at all. There's nothing unique about my definition of faith. If we want to talk about faith as being distinct from something like determination or knowledge, then how else can you define it? If you're defining it in a way that makes it not create a meaningful distinction from other ways, other modalities, then it's not, you don't mean anything by it. Faith is strong belief, trust, and confidence in someone or something without needing proof. That's all you need to hear about it. Without needing proof. In other words, with a proper engagement of faith doesn't make claims that it is an argument or that it wins an argument. And indeed, the idea that you could prove or disprove God presumes as an outset point that your arguments subsume God. And we may not have a lot of good definitions for God or any operational definition, but we certainly can say that if my arguments subsume a thing, it's not God. I don't like Geddy Lee. I don't like Rush. I think now I like IG88. What's IG88? Is there anyone we could call? MIHP would like to briefly debate it. Yeah, sure. You could. I could. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't I open up a Google Meet here on the laptop? Um. Well, let's see. If we're gonna do this, I really should end the live stream and start a new one where. Hmm, the thing is, yeah, I could hear you on the, I could get it up on the laptop, right? And then I'll hear your voice coming up from the TV. But you're not going to hear my voice coming through Google Meet. You'll have to have a separate device on that has the live stream if you're going to hear me, and there'll probably be a delay. The point I'm consistently making about this God issue um, is that we is that it's not an explanation for anything. So there's no reason to even establish it because it doesn't, you can't use, even if you accept that to be the case, that let's say that somehow you've proved God, you can't use that for anything. There's no reason to do it. All right, let's see. Okay, so I'm going to put my email here. You know, cognitive functions don't presume anything. They're a way of being across time. You might say the explanation, cognitive function, the explanation of cognitive functions assumes that you can explain things in ways that are consistent with both observations and experimental data or inconsistent with those. So if you're saying, do we have to presume that things exist in the world other than ourselves? Well, no, because of course we're engaged with things other than ourselves, whether they're existent or not. Of course, we have to presume they exist because the only operational definition of existence is if you can establish it that there's one instance of something, then it exists, at least one instance. So instantiation leads to existentiality. Since all I have to do to establish an instance of something is observe it, it doesn't even matter if it really exists or not. It's like, no, it's not necessary for you to win a separate argument about existentiality or something before you can do things with stuff. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna put my I just didn't know what it was, so I just wanted to ask you what it was. I don't know. I have watched Backy, but it's incredibly terrible. So shoot me an email, my email address there, and then I'll invite you from Google Calendar to the Google Meet link. If we can't successfully have the, oh, we'll be able to do it actually. I'll just do it like that. Let's see here. Gmail. Yeah, so you guys send me an email so I can invite you to the Google Meet. You can use them off topic, use the off topic tags now that you're cleared for them. Back to the NFL. AFC North has 3 head coach openings: Browns, Ravens, Steelers. What do you think of all the head coach openings with the entire NFL now? I'm going to throw a curveball answering to that, Dr. Red Togo. I think that the NFL and college football will be stunned in 4 months when somebody hires Lane Kiffin to coach their NFL team. And LSU is like, what? But. And then yet another college program, all their fan base hates Lane Kiffin. You can feel joy in your heart with what? With my feeling bones? Okay. No, not invited by the link. Okay. And then, yeah. Where's the, oh, okay, now I added, sorry. If you didn't see the Google Meet link, I just added it. I hadn't had it there for some reason. Now I do. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do here, in order to make this work properly, I'm going to bring a microphone over here so you can get my audio through the laptop. I need to get a URL cable. Not URL, but XLR. An XLR cable. URLs are those things on the internet. You know what's a great show to ask trivia about? The Simpsons. Mm-hmm. You can ask trivia ranging from very easy to very hard and never run out of things to ask.
I bet my sister would do really well with that. I've watched, but I don't remember.
What was the trivia question I asked you about it? About The Simpsons?
Did you ask me?
Yeah, I said, I don't remember what it was though.
Neither.
What are Marge's sisters' names?
Thelma.
And? It's not quite right, but I think it's
Velma?
It's Selma.
Selma.
And what about the other one? I had trouble thinking of the other one for a little bit last night until I finally remembered what it was.
I don't know.
It's Patty.
No way, I never would have said Patty. Never.
Mic check? Yeah, that's okay. That's working. Let's see if home fries is having any problem here.
Oh, Patty.
Yeah, Patty. Let me make sure I send the invite to this guy. I might not have sent it actually. Ah, okay, there. I sent it to you now. I normally don't have any problem doing this, but I did today for some reason. All right, I just sent you the invite. I thought I had sent it before, but I just sent it. On what episode does The Simpsons become bad? That's not a trivia question. A trivia question is like,
What's the name of the TV show that the Simpsons children used to watch?
Itchy and Scratchy.
Mm-hmm.
What does Sideshow Bob have tattooed on his chest?
Mm-hmm.
Die, Bart, die. But he says in court that it's German for the Bart, the. So you currently are not making sound, but now I can hear you.
What?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
I can. One more time.
Mic check, mic check. Do I need?
Mic check.
Yeah, you're fine. So
Okay.
I'm not sure how easily the stream is going to be able to hear you, but I will turn up the TV as louder so that I have a better chance of hearing it.
Okay.
What was Bleeding Gums Murphy's disease? Presumably he had bleeding gums.
Gingivitis.
Okay, so let's start talking about God. You think that? So, are you affirming this transcendental argument for God, or are you just saying it's your favorite pro God argument?
What was gingivitis?
Yeah, I'm affirming it. I think it's the strongest. I think it's undefeatable.
Okay, so what's the reasoning behind that?
Well, existence, for us to make any knowledge claim that's predicated on the interlocking of all these categories of existence, and we need God to provide that.
But why?
Because there are universals, so we can't appeal to things that don't have universal status. These things are immaterial, and also they are normative and binding. So this necessitates telos, an agent, order. It's varied. So it's a worldview. So like all these things, math, logic, even the cognitive functions have their kind of uniform ways of induction that presupposes there's an ordered telos to how things are. And so that means that things aren't just teleological.
But then, first of all, there's you still haven't given me any reason why order supervenes on God. Second of all, you must be saying these things supervene on God's existence, not on people believing in him, because plenty of atheists are able to have abstract notions, etc., right?
Sure. Yeah, I'm not divorcing atheists' ability to make these arguments from God. I'm saying they're not philosophically justified in making them. Like they can just say these things just are, but that doesn't give adequate philosophical grounding. And also for God, because we have such a complex, so it's not just like, oh, logic and morality, and you're just plugging God in, like God at the gaps. But by saying for these immaterials to unite and bind into a worldview, there must be something with the adequate mind, nature to bind all these categories And this brings us to like the thrust of the argument, like knowledge therefore God.
Why can't it be a
So
person, though? Why can't it be a person who's responsible for binding together these arguments? Because after all, using language to make
Okay.
points and affirm and negate things is something that people do.
Yeah, but this is pre-language. Like, how do people even have language in the first place? Like, it's an immaterial thing.
I mean, we don't know
It's a
how.
universal.
We don't
So,
know. The fact that we don't know is not proof of God.
So that's okay. So you're kind of approaching it as if I was making a God of the gaps argument. I'm not. A language presupposes logic. The sentence "I think, therefore I am" that presupposes that words have meaning, that there's a self, identity over time, and the whatnot. All these things are immaterial. All these things are referenced when we use language, but we ourselves are subject to finite condition, but we have immaterial things, and so we have to reconcile these two things.
But immaterial
So
things are not
finite
infinite.
Yeah.
Immaterial doesn't mean infinite.
So,
Immaterial doesn't mean infinite.
referencing things that are across time. We're referencing logic, we're referencing morality, et cetera, all these things. All these things are outside of our finite mind. You know, like I'm 29, but language has been around. People have been using language for way longer than me. So it's outside of my finite experience, these like infinite immaterial things. They go on forever.
So would you say then that like a volcano, accordingly, if this is proof of God, then a volcano, even though it does stuff on its own, is not proof of God?
How could a volcano bring a volcano into like it's the whole thing about tag is like it's preconditions.
Right.
So,
So, but I'm asking you whether every instance of reality as humans have observed it occurring, say a rock rolling down a hill, a volcano, whatever, is every instance equally proof of God, or only is this specific to the abstraction idea?
Everything, phenomena and nominal, yeah.
So
Everything.
absolutely everything is proof of God. Then this is not an argument that stems from the ability to be abstract or understand things that are holistic and or are artifacts of language rather than the physical world. In other words, you're just saying everything is proof of God because it just is.
No, I'm saying more than that. I'm not saying it just is. Just is would be naturalism or materialism. But the thing is, that doesn't, neither of those things give you a material. You know, even like.
Okay, but why are you talking about immaterials? Because we just established that you think that a volcano shooting lava up is just as much proof of God as humans doing abstractions.
Okay, sure. Let's talk about that. A volcano doing volcano stuff, it presupposes causality because the sediments that gradually erode that uses causality.
Okay, but causality itself, but causality itself doesn't presuppose the abstractions about causality, right?
It does.
Okay, I mean, I technically look. Here's the thing. I agree with you in the sense that we can't make any statements about volcanoes without engaging in language, right? But you're trying to make an argument that says uniquely what proves God is the ability to generate abstractions. I'm asking you, can we ever look at something? Can we ever look at something divorced from abstractions?
Brute fact. I mean, you can even just like brute facts. You know, like a fucking volcano or whatever. A volcano is not a tree.
Okay, what about if my stomach hurts? Is the experience is the experience of feeling my stomach hurts an abstraction?
It's a physical thing that you can abstract about.
You can abstract about it, but does it exist independently of abstraction? Like, in other words, can a baby's stomach hurt?
Yeah.
Okay, does that prove God's existence too?
Yeah. Okay, so again, like, I'm moving back a level. I'm moving back a level. Like the fact that there is nomina, so like a baby's stomach hurts, maybe the baby's retarded, didn't know his stomach hurts, but his stomach still hurts. The baby thinks like, oh, my stomach hurts, mommy. So
But the baby doesn't think that.
beyond
The baby does
Yeah.
not think that because it doesn't have any language.
Well, maybe, okay, whatever. So, the baby's stomach hurts. Maybe he doesn't have any language. Maybe he can't abstract whatever. On the phenomenal plane, that pain requires an agent. It requires causality. It requires identity over time. It requires non-contradiction. It requires all these.
No,
hosts of
it doesn't
metaphysical
require any of
presuppositions.
those things. It only requires the physical body part, right? It requires somebody to be a biological being. It does not require
Okay.
somebody to be capable of any kind of abstraction at all to experience physical sensation.
I'm saying this is prior to abstraction. This is prior to like human agents even thinking about these things. Anything on the physical and metaphysical plane, anything in existence presupposes preconditions.
No. Look, listen.
Yeah.
People presuppose certain things when they talk about stuff, right? But if in fact you're saying everything, whether it's an abstraction that occurs that allows us to talk about a phenomenon that's purely experiential, or whether we're referring to that phenomenon independent of the abstractions, even though we have to do the abstractions to refer to it as a objective analysis in reference, it doesn't have to be, we don't have to imagine it already having been abstracted about, right? So the question then is whether or not what you're saying is unique to people who have the capacity to do abstraction. Let's say you're profoundly retarded, some kind of big brain injury or something, and you can't do any kind of abstraction, but you still have experiences. Does that prove God?
Okay. Wait. We still have to go back a level. Like, I'm gonna ask you something that's gonna click for this right now without Google me.
Can you repeat
No.
that? You cut
That's
out.
the
Can you repeat that? You cut out.
Okay, wait, can you hear me? Yeah, no problem. So right now, can we be having this conversation without Google me?
No.
No, we can't. Because this is the precondition for us doing that. So anything that happens here, and I can see your living room and the whatnot, I can see all this physical stuff that's there. We're talking, so there's phenomena, there's phenomena, all these things. The precondition for us seeing that is Google Meet. That's the whole argument. That the precondition for anything happening is a substrate of all these interlocking categories, and knowledge, which is just us as a human observer doing stuff, that requires philosophical justification. Without that, knowledge is impossible.
Okay, well, it is true that a conversation like this it is not possible unless we sort of mean the same thing when we refer to abstract concepts with the same word, right? But it's not the case that all of life is conversations like this. And thing is, it's fine if your proof says it's just stuff like this that proves God. I'm just trying to establish what you're trying to say, because in the proof that I read there, it was about the capacity for abstractions that don't have a uniform linkage to some physical thing, right? But now you seem to be saying that absolutely everything in the world, because before we can talk about it, it has to go through this transformation from real-time experiential into an abstract object of analysis, that therefore that also qualifies as proving God. I'm trying to figure out where your actual argument boundaries are.
Okay, that's fair. Let me convert it. Okay, instead of knowledge, therefore God, we could just say existence, therefore God. And knowledge, therefore God, kind of starts as the agent, and how that side of the thing is petition. So this existence, therefore God.
Okay, so what's the warrant then? What's the warrant? Because the previous warrant I heard you say was that that because with intangibles they don't have finite boundaries, therefore God. So now you're saying no, just existence itself,
No.
therefore God. So if therefore God just in the absence of abstract knowledge, then what's the current warrant? Because your previous warrant was that this linkage to knowledge is proof of God.
So, okay, so there's a defeater in philosophy that goes, if you can't actually have knowledge for stuff, for decisions, if you're like a brain in a vat, then you can't know anything. Like
Well, that's true. That's true. If you knowing is a way of paying attention. So if your brain is, if you're just a brain stem or something, you've had traumatic brain injury and you can no longer pay attention as a human does, then you can no longer know things. That's true. Does that mean that for that person, God doesn't exist?
No. I'm saying just in general, if we are not brains in that and things actually have true existence and whatnot, and existence is metaphysical and physical categories that link, we must have justification for why these things are.
But why do we have to justify why things are? It's like, for example, I can define a given term in a given way. Hold on, I forgot I can't go outside because the mic's right here. It's like I can define a given term in a given way in order to establish set constraints, and then I can use that term to make a specific distinction, and I can explain what I mean in those kind of operational terms at any given moment, and none of that requires me to assume anything about God, either way.
That's very true. But as you're using these things, you're using things like logic, you're using things like the causality, you're assuming a whole host of metaphysical assumptions and whatnot. And who was it? I think it was it Hume? It might have been me and Pierce that were critiquing, I think, therefore I am. That to say that things just are. I think, therefore I am. But that presupposes a whole host of systems. That language is true, that there's identity over time.
Yeah, but none of those systems supervene on God existing. Like, for example, if I were to say, like you were saying about this, right, that we can't have this conversation without Google Meet, but we can do all of those things you just listed without God. The one thing we can't do without God is faith-based prayer. So a faith-based modality does require you to have some kind of deity, divine thing to pray to. That's an example of something that actually does supervene on God.
I think, okay, wait. So there are two things. I think your second point relies on a word concept fallacy, because you could just say that I have justified true belief in God.
But I don't have justified true belief in God. Look, you can be correct about something and we can establish that a statement is true, but remember, only statements have truth values, and it's true, false, and no truth value. And how we determine the truth value in a given statement depends on what kind of statement it is, whether it's descriptive, prescriptive, predictive, or normative. And accordingly, like, for example, when I pray, I don't first believe at any point, nor do I ever try to win an argument about God's existence before I pray. So we can establish in no uncertain terms that I don't even have to assume God exists in order to engage in faith-based prayer. It's implicit in the thing that I'm doing, that I'm praying to something as though it exists and accordingly believing in it. But knowledge is not justified true belief. That's a bullshit definition. I've heard this definition before, and it's absolute fucking garbage. Now let's hold off, take a break a second. I want to smoke a cigarette, but I can't take this mic outside with me, so I'll be right back. You think about what I said.
Sure, yeah, sure. Big dog. All right. Hi, Miss Rachel, by the way. Hello.
Hi.
Oh, right. I'm taking the phone with me, though. I am taking the live stream with me. We'll bring it back in here when I come back inside. So, It's just begging the question to say that these things require because there's order in existence, therefore God. I don't know. It seems like a huge leap to me. But whatever. You know, this is the sort of thing that happens when people don't have cognitive functions. Because you see the mess of wrongness that's happened around epistemology because of this thing this frame that epistemics, the study of epistemics goes into with, which is like, well, we've got to distinguish between things that are knowledge and things you just believe and things that are yeah. Well, that's ridiculous. There's not such a real distinction. Things that are clearly knowledge now can be upset by new evidence at any point. It's like people know things for the purpose of making statements and claims. It doesn't remain a piece of an object after you're done utilizing it as such. But you know, what else? I enjoy talking about this stuff. It's fine.
Right.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, Rachel. Sorry to interrupt you. What were we saying?
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, we back on?
Yeah, go ahead. What do you think?
Okay, so there are degrees of faith. And Jay Dye was debating Matt Dillahunty, and he was talking about how you can induct local causality in a different way than you would sort of universal substrates, which tag is. So if a guy, we gave, if a neighbor that had dreads, I could go 70% sure that's Little Wayne. You could have faith in your perception that that's Little Wayne. Just like you could have faith that, like, well, all these tales that I've been reading on this person, these add up, and I think this person is.
No, listen. Those things don't require faith. They may require some faith depending on how much evidence that you have. But let's say I'm going to go to the store tomorrow and I'm going to get cottage cheese. I go there assuming that there's going to be cottage cheese there, but they might be out, right? So that doesn't qualify as faith. No, that doesn't qualify as faith. A justified assumption, which is justified in this instance by my previous experience of them always having cottage cheese before, does not require faith, but it still might be wrong.
Okay, so again, you expected something to be there, but it wasn't. But
right.
You expected something to be there, so you had faith. And I think
that's not faith. Having an expectation of something is not faith. I don't need faith that the sun is going to come up tomorrow. I can reasonably expect it, even though it might not.
Wait, so I think a problem with talking about is just a word concept fallacy.
It's not a word concept fallacy. I've defined the term to make it distinct from other kinds of epistemics. Otherwise, it's not distinct. And I've defined, if you want to provide an alternate definition. My definition, which when I Googled it is essentially the definition AI popped up, is that faith is belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. If you don't like that definition, provide an alternate definition that's also operationally usable.
Faith is varying levels of confidence in the characteristics of the thing, be it contingent or not.
How does it differ from uncertainty?
I mean, again, this is where the word concept fallacy is. You could be like, I have little faith in that venture.
What is a
You could
word
think, I have
concept
little
fallacy?
confidence in that venture.
What do you mean by
Sure.
word? You mean semantics? There's a semantics issue going on? Look, the thing is,
No,
you don't have to define it like I do. I'm just saying define it as something specific that we can both use as a definition to test these
Okay.
ideas.
We confidence in some characteristic. Let's just call it that.
Okay,
That's
so
what things are.
confidence is the same thing as faith. So if I have, so in order to pray, I need to be as confident in God's existence as I am in the fact that I have a little bit of this non-alcoholic beer left.
Even more confidence. And this is where the transcendental argument.
But I
Because it's
don't.
a
But
deductive.
I'm reporting to you actual data here. I don't need to,
So-
and I don't
wait,
evaluate
wait.
or experience at all my degree of confidence when I'm
Wait, but
going to pray.
Wait, but hold on. So you did a couple of things that presuppose what needs God. So when you gave me that sentence, that example of like something that's actually verifiable that you can have confidence in your beer, you presuppose that the identity over time had not changed, that there was
Right, but that's why confident is not a synonym for faith. That's why confidence is not synonymous with faith. It's a poor definition. For example, if confidence is the same as faith, then my belief in not stirring microwavable dinner in the middle, but instead leaving them for longer, has the same quality as a belief, as my belief in God, quote unquote belief in God, which is to say my behaving as though God exists when I pray. But those are clearly not the same kind of. No, but those are clearly not the same thing.
No, they're different. They're different.
Okay.
They're different causal activities, but the underlying mechanism is like, how much confidence do I place in this whatever, this thing, the characteristics of it.
Okay, so you're saying that the
It's
reason I should have
yeah.
confidence in God is because of the arguments you're making.
So it's a disjunctive argument. It's the impossibility of the contrary.
Okay.
You can justify knowledge, and you can't.
Okay, but the thing is, I can think of absolutely nothing else in the world that people need to affirm this argument you're making in order to feel confident about something.
It's the strong. So like so this is stronger than God of the Gaps, because God of the Gaps is like, yeah, God, you know.
I still haven't heard of Warrant, dude. I have not heard of Warrant. As a professional debate coach who understands argumentation, you have not given me an actual justification for why any of this stuff that you say necessarily presupposes God actually does so. You haven't given me a single warrant.
Okay. So, does the sentence "I think, therefore I am" presuppose a whole bunch of things?
I mean, every speech act by any person is an intent to do something with language. To intend to do something at all means that you presuppose, for example, you're going to be alive then to do it, right? But it's not really presupposing, is it? It's more like you're operating under certain assumptions that certain things aren't going to change in the interim.
No, you critique this. This is the cogito has been critiqued many times by philosophers. Like it presupposes. Wait, just let me out. Just let me list these out. So I think, therefore, I am presupposes that language is true, that there's an external world, that there's identity over time, that there's self, that there's a past, etc.
I mean, first of all, remember, people presuppose things. Ideas supervene on other things potentially, which is to say, the other thing that they supervene on is a necessary and sufficient condition for them to instantiate, right?
Okay, let's talk necessary. Because you said necessary. What's necessary in that sentence is that language is there, that there's an identity over time, that there's past.
No, that's the reality. Look, there is a reality in which we both speak English,
Yeah.
in which I'm making these speech acts. But none of the things I'm saying is actually conditional upon the presuppositions you're saying it's conditional on. For example, it might be the case that
Your ability.
it might be the case that if in fact we spoke different languages and could not speak the same language, that we couldn't have this conversation. But the fact that we're having this conversation is an event that does not engage with shit tons of possible statements one could make that might occur prior to this conversation. That is not the same thing as saying that things in this conversation presuppose those things. For example, if I want to argue that we should go to Taco Bell, I do not need to first establish to both of our satisfaction that we exist. In fact, if I try to start the argument there, we'll never resolve the argument. We'll never actually talk about anything on point. I have to.
But you know what? I think we should go to a Taco Bell means, right? That means that there is a Taco Bell. That means that
it does mean those things. It means that in fact we live in reality. We live in a reality. We live in a reality that has Taco Bells. That does not presuppose God. That does not presuppose God.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you where you fucked up. All these things, like for you to do that sentence and it presupposes these things, all of existence runs off of these preconditions.
Okay, but listen, they're not. The thing to note is this. We have to talk about it in terms of what one has to do argumentationally. You don't have to argumentationally establish any of those things in order to have an argument of whether to go to Taco Bell or not, right? You don't have to argumentationally establish those things. You're saying that because if reality were different in substantial ways, we wouldn't be able to have the same conversation. That does not mean the same thing as our conversation presupposes that reality is as it is. It simply operates within reality as it is. Presupposition is a term that means something specific.
Okay, so a big focus has been like what agents can teleologically do and what things look like relative to agents. I understand that, and like I grant you that the cognitive function is an exploration of what agents can teleologically do by these 8 ways of induction. I understand that. I don't disagree with that. But for the external, any knowledge, any like real account of things presupposes categories. So like what? You actually look at a tree. What does that mean? This has
we can always create categories in any conversation, as I could now by saying, from this point forward, let's define muggity as whatever, right? And what we mean when we're doing that is we're saying, I'm going to use it to draw a specific distinction. That distinction, in theory, might not even exist currently. I might be drawing a new distinction. I might be drawing a distinction between German Shepherds that are more brown, calling them brownies, and German Shepherds that are less brown, calling them tannies or something. So the thing is, what you're saying is, I couldn't do that if categories didn't exist. Well, that's true. Language requires us to draw distinctions between things if we're going to communicate information. So yes, it is the case that our conversation is predicated upon the realities of language. But in no way, shape, or form is that analogous to anything you've said is predicated on the assumption of God. Because as a matter of fact, the lots of people are atheists and predicate nothing they're saying on the assumption of God. And remember that only people assume things. Only people assume things.
Okay, fantastic. So my ENTP friend who's in this book and he's been listening longer than I have, he's like, how do you give an account for logic under your worldview?
How do you give an account for it? Logic is one of 2 ways of doing a determination of things. So, for example, people have an interested calculus and a disinterested calculus. People using a disinterested calculus will evaluate language statements based on the criterion of consistency. That's how they pay attention. Now, the fact that they pay attention and the fact they pay attention that way are both true, and they are in some sense predicated on the assumption of reality being as it is. But what none of those things are predicated on at all is any assumption about God.
Okay, so in that, it's still about like what the agents are doing, but this is pre-agent. Like again, it's about like what
Existentiality supervenes on observation. We can't even talk about things that have been unobserved, right? Because for it to be an object of analysis, it already has to have gone through that conversion part. But the thing is, we might imagine the universe where there's only rocks and very simple bugs, let's say, right? And that don't meet these criteria for things that create abstractions or have conversations. And we could pretend that such an environment is unobserved. Remember, we have to observe it hypothetically for it to exist at all, but let's pretend that it's somehow unobserved. No matter what, because it's unobserved, it does not enter into any individual human being's reality at all, because it's never converted into an object of analysis, and it's, for all intents and purposes, does not exist.
Okay.
So the thing is, you can't say, well, prior to observation, prior to agency, we have to assume something, because agency is required to assume, right? Assumption is predicated on agency.
Okay, I get you. You're still operating at a local level, like what agents are doing induction-wise, and what that presupposes, which is right. I'm just moving before that. So, like for us to have this conversation again, Google Meet would have had to be set up, but not only that, people would have had to make that. People would have had to be born. The Earth would have had to have been created.
So but why does it have to have been created? Like, for example, couldn't it be a simulation? In which case, maybe the same conversation would have to happen in an actual universe, but it doesn't have to happen in this one, because we don't know the ways in which this one differs from an actual universe if it's a simulation. Wouldn't that answer any of your preconditionalities? Because it seems to me like what you're basically doing is a very convoluted first cause argument. And just because we don't know what the first cause is doesn't mean we can assume anything. It's an appeal to ignorance.
No, I'm not making a first cause argument. That's just prepping you for preconditions. Now, if these things were a simulation, that's the brain in a vat argument, and then this argument is like automatically forfeit to us because, or at least you, because you can't give justified true belief as to what you're saying.
Right. I've already explained to you that I can justify my beliefs. I can make statements that are true without any God at all.
No, you can't. Not if you're in a simulation, because you can't know it's true.
No, but I'm justifying my positions now. And remember, truth is something we determine using different metrics depending on what kind of statement it is that we're evaluating. So it's not a single thing that we're referring to when we use the word truth. Sure, if it were a single thing, it would be like length. We always measure length with some kind of a ruler, right? But truth, we measure with different kinds of scales depending on what kind of statements we're talking about.
Sure, yes. Yeah, like I get that induction versus deduction. So like let's look at the TI of deduction versus the TE of induction. Like let's look at those two things. Both of those assume things outside of the agent. They assume identity over time, non-contradiction, etc., etc. Those are universals, and the thing about logical laws is they are binding.
You're ignoring what I've already told you. You've ignored my response. So my response is still standing, awaiting your response to my response, which is that it is not the case that what were you just saying? You were just saying I don't know. The thing is, like, for example, you were saying that if it's a simulation, then I would have to forfeit my side of the argument because I can't justify true belief in any instance. But the thing is, when we remember that truth is a status we afford to statements for the purpose of making arguments, that we never even assert the truth of a statement unless it's in dispute, then we easily resolve this confusion, right? It's like I can make an appeal to truth because I can say I'm going to use this metric to evaluate the truth of this statement for the following reasons because it's the right metric, and according to this metric, I've done the validation test and it validates. So it's therefore true. For the purposes of this argument, it's standing that it's true. You might rebut it and change its status still.
Okay. The thing about that that example is you're appealing to things that are necessary in all worlds. So you can't just say like, well, I'm in a simulation.
No, I'm absolutely not. I'm saying we can determine the frame for this conversation in this world. In other words, in some instances, a conversation, it might not be a good idea to point out contradictions because it might be a conversation about how much you love your girlfriend or something with your girlfriend. Well, that's not a good place to be all contradiction pointing out. We can, but if we are going to do contradiction pointing out, we can establish the frame, define our terms, define our ground, define the resolution that we're arguing about, etc. It doesn't require you to universalize anything except those ideas that you can do those things with language, as defining things, setting up your playing field.
Okay, is language universal?
Is language universal? Well, I mean,
yeah.
Normal human beings at a certain age all speak language.
Right, but just philosophically, is it immaterial? Is it outside minds?
Language is the material of one kind of action that people can take. So people can take like straight up physical actions like kicking something or checking something off a list, getting a chore done or something, or they can take verbal actions like we're taking right now. And in case of taking verbal actions, we use a turn-based modality called language, which allows us to mean specific things rather than be vague. And accordingly, if you want to communicate about stuff like this, then yes, you have to use language.
Okay, so I think there's a core problem that we've been circling around, which is that I think that cognitive functions induct these categories, nomina and phenomena. I think that they are uniform ways of induction that correlate with reality and that we are made for correspondence induction with reality. But the cognitive functions imply that there is an agent that can correspond with reality, and reality has all these categories. So even though I understand there's a way
cognitive functions explain how people pay attention.
Yes. Pay attention to what though?
Well, it depends on how they're paying attention and what they're paying attention to.
Yeah.
There's four different ways of paying attention: knowing, determining, interfacing, and action.
Yeah.
And each of those has one that's a communicative form of it and one that's an experiential form.
Yes. Yes, I agree. I love. Wait. Hold on. I gotta give you your flags. You gotta finish your talking with famous people, but you're like you. My ENTP friend, he was like basically you almost finished typology. Like with your meta analyst stuff, you basically almost finished it. It's so cool. I just want to tell you that before I continue.
All right, thank you.
What all these things, all these forms of attention presuppose is that there is physical stuff and then metaphysical stuff.
Okay.
All these things are ordered.
It means that people can experience things or communicate about things. That's all that means, right? Like yes, there's a physical field in which we might do stuff or receive information or get information or whatever, and then there's like the internet where we're dealing in symbols and we're just communicating by a language. Even though you can physically see me, you can't smell me, for example.
I want it.
So yeah, it is the case that cognitive functions properly described attempts to accurately describe what things that are established via both observations and via experimental tests and stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. So cognitive functions are the mind's attempt at looking at all this stuff, pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm saying that stuff must be philosophically justified. Because let's say that you're saying that logic just is, or you're some dumb epistemic nihilist that's there are no truth claims. That's a truth claim. So you just said there's no truth claim while making a truth claim. And the same thing if you were to say there is no actual grounding of things. Things just are. Things just material are, which empiricism.
Right, but I can start an argument in the status quo, right? I can start an argument in the status quo. So I can say, given how things are now, let's have a discussion about meow. I do not have to explain, justify, or anything how things came to be now as they are, right? I don't have to say that the past happened. I don't have to say how the universe started or how Earth was created or anything like that in order to define the scope of an argument we're having now within the status quo without having to justify any of those irrelevancies.
Yeah, I'm not saying that like if he's so exhausting, if you're like, damn, I got to do metaphysics to get to the top of that, that'd be retarded. I'm just saying that to be like, my kilos is things are fucked. Things would improve with God and Jesus Christ, and the strongest argument to see his existence is the transcendental argument. And then if we want to like test this, if we look at like any knowledge claim, and so like, the thing about the cognitive functions is every single cognitive function report is a knowledge claim. If we are a brain in a vat, that's not an actual like knowledge claim report. Justify true belief, like I see that red car, it looks like a car, and has the characteristics of a car, that's justified.
But again, the truth value of the thing, or its knowledge claim, quote unquote, as you call it, is say I'm a brain in a vat. Let's say I am a brain in a vat. It's still a brain in the vat operating with the same mechanics of justification as it would be if I weren't a brain in the vat. So, for example, as a brain in the vat, it's still the case that we establish the truth of meow statement with meow metric, and that if it validates accordingly, that it gets the status of true for now until somebody successfully rebuts it.
The thing is, you can't, and this is where the epistemics come in. You could never know. You can never justify.
I definitely can. I definitely can, because my justification of a given thing is not predicated on me proving I'm not a brain in a jar.
It's predicated on you having they're doing consistent universals and you having the ability to give a true account of them. Okay. It's like those people that are on like fucking bath salts or whatever they're called. They think they're eating a cake. They're eating that man's face.
Let me.
You're feeding him this thing that corrupted his ability to give a true account for knowledge. He thought, damn, this cake tastes strange, but I like it. Now he's eating that man's face. So if you're bringing that, you could be thinking that 2 + 2, man, that really equals 5.
Let me introduce you to a debate term, nibs, okay? Multiple nibs. There's a theory argument in debate that says, nibs is a time suck, vote against that person. And what nibs stands for is necessary but insufficient burdens. What you're trying to say is God exists because you can arbitrarily assign necessary but insufficient burdens to anything that I'm arguing for. But that those necessary but insufficient burdens are not actually relevant to where we're arguing now, unless you can establish not that you can come up with something that would have to be as it is for me to be making these arguments, but rather that you can make the argument successfully that without having met this specific necessary and sufficient condition, not necessarily but insufficient, that in fact that I can't access my ground, as they say in debate. But it's not what you're doing at all. You're not saying that here's an actual necessary thing that you failed to do in order to have an argument about this within this boundaries. You're saying you failed to establish a bunch of shit outside the ground of the debate.
Okay. All right. I think I got it. Okay. Across all the cognitive functions, is the law of identity necessary?
What's the law of identity? You mean that A equals A?
Yeah.
Is that necessary for cognitive functions? No, we'll never use it in any operation the law of identity when talking about cognitive functions. What you're saying, is it necessary for there to be one way of understanding words that's definitional that says then yes, it is necessary that there be one way of using words that's definitional. But that's not the same thing as actually appealing to any law of identity or anything like that in any given instance.
Is TISE?
Is TISE?
Yeah.
No, but you'll note that while it is the case that since I'm claiming those two concepts are two portions of two portions of a comprehensive taxonomy of attentional manners. So
taxonomy.
Yeah, so it is the case that if in fact we didn't affirm the law, if in fact you were operating as though the law of non-contradiction didn't falsify things, then we wouldn't be able to have a conversation where we were talking about the same thing at all, right? Because you'd be operating under the assumption that contradictory falsification is just black and white thinking being colonialist or something. But the fact that having conversations where work is done by the mechanism of exclusivity and definitional stuff is not the same thing as saying that that having such a conversation is predicated on us prioritizing on us making distinctions, on us explicitly appealing to like the law of non-contradiction or law of identity. We don't have to appeal to it at all. We're both operating under that assumption to begin with. It's our implied frame.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, you fallen into my trap because TI is not C, and there is a taxonomy. So all these things are independent entities that have their own identity that do not contradict. So the law of contradiction is necessary to even start to do.
Yes, to do what I'm doing with language, yes, and what you're doing with language, it's necessary for us both to be operating as though people use language to do intellectual work and to excise things that are wrong. It is necessary for us to have this conversation to operate under that frame. That's true. But it's not necessary for us to operate under that frame to have any conversation.
I mean, it's not just a frame; it's a logical precept. It's that there is a law of identity that keeps this conversation from being this conversation has different particulars than just a conversation about trees. And trees are different from SE, and SE is different from the stock exchange. All these things are different particulars that are maintained by the law of identity. And why I brought this up?
The law of identity is descriptive of a phenomenon in language. It's not generative of it, right? It's not generative of it. People still understood that Joe contradicted himself and that was some kind of a problem before they named this phenomenon of mutual exclusivity at all.
Okay. I mean, wait, we got to circle back. The logical laws are prescriptive.
No, they're not generative. Like, for example, conditional logic is somebody figured out how to correctly describe statement connectives and their relationship with language and deduction, and therefore laid it out. Sheet music, somebody figured out how to describe music. You're acting as though that music couldn't exist without sheet music.
I mean, music it's math. The math is another.
It's not math. Look, just because a musical note has frequency wave, right? It doesn't mean that playing music or listening to music or anything about music has anything at all to do with math. Just because you can describe something with a lexicographical tool doesn't mean that thing has something to do with or was generated by the lexicographical tool. It's almost always the opposite way.
Well, I've always operated under the assumption that music was math. But listen, whatever. We can just say that like music is another immaterial because there are musical laws, like an eighth note, fifth note, all that. Fine. All of those things are prescriptive. They're all prescriptive.
They're not prescriptive at all. A statement can be prescriptive. A statement can be prescriptive. Like You
There's a
should
lot
you
of
should
these
take
guys.
you should take Tylenol for your headache. That's a prescriptive statement.
Okay, can there be squared circles?
Well, no, in the sense that
Okay.
provided, if I'm
So
defining
you're bound to
if
that.
if I'm defining a circle as something with no corners, no angles, right? Then, and I'm
Yeah.
defining a square as something with four angles, then something cannot both simultaneously be a circle and a square. You are in fact
So
pointing
you're
out that
bound to it.
you're pointing out the law of non-contradiction, okay?
Yeah.
Which states that two things cannot both be and not be in the same time, space, and aspect. That's the definition of the law of
Yeah.
non-contradiction. That's fine. That's fine. That indeed it's possible to say nonsense by contradicting yourself. Again, none of
Yeah.
this proves
Okay.
God.
Wait.
None of this has
That's
anything
the
to do with
point.
God.
You said what?
I said,
Last word.
still, none of this has anything to do with God.
No, I'm gonna circle back. Because like there is by definition not a squared circle. So you cannot make a squared circle. You are bound to these things. And this is what naturalism and materialism cannot give you. Because they just think
Okay, but I
because
can't
you're
I can
operating
make a
under the-
squared circle if I define the terms as I want to define them. You know, so it's like
so-
what
so
you're
it's
saying
not
is
a
that
circle.
if you define a circle as this and a square as this, then you can't have a squared circle. That's true. And if you define the terms
Yeah.
differently, you can.
Okay, so you're making something different than a circle.
Now, I'm defining the term as something different. For example, the word dog. It can refer to an animal. It can refer to my friend.
Mhm.
It can refer to me
Mhm.
hounding you and bothering you a lot incessantly without giving up. All those
Mhm.
meanings are possible meanings of the word dog. I could also,
Yeah.
for the purpose of this argument, say, let's define dog as standing for Department of Government or something. You know, I can do that work, right? So when you say if you define something as meow and then you contradict yourself by actually using a different definition of that thing to make a point,
Right.
well then you're just committing an equivocation fallacy.
Okay, but we're dealing with the identity of the object. If we're saying that the object identity has these characteristics, you can call another object that does not have those characteristics that object's name, but it's not the same object.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But the point is that all you're doing is pointing out a quality of language that allows us to excise wrongness. You define circle as having no angles, and yet the thing you drew has angles. You said the thing you drew is a circle. You are wrong by your own definition. Now, if I'm saying to you that this idea that any of this stuff proves God is incorrect, because in fact we can talk about things that are actually predicated on God. Like for example, if you want to win a case in Islamic law, you have to win on the Quran. That is predicated on the assumption that the Quran is the definitive final voice say on the thing, right? That's actually predicated on affirming something religious. We can talk about, say, taking the wafer and the wine in the church or whatever. That's predicated on your identifying as a member of this church and this community and this map of faith or whatever. Those things are predicated on God. The things you're talking about are not predicated on God at all.
Oh, okay. So again, with the squared circle, okay. So what we're essentially talking about is necessary characteristics. The thing with the circle, when you're not headed angles, the necessary characteristics of a circle, even though you can call whatever a circle, is that it doesn't have those. You are bound, you are prescribed. The thing about materialism and naturalism is, by definition, there is no I. There is no telos agent ordering these things into an I.
Okay, well, keep in mind, I'm not arguing that there is no odd at all. My position is the correct one, which is one can determine by just a single axiom what's morally permissible, impermissible, or obligatory based in the negative obligations category without any God at all. If one wants to be informed about one's positive moral obligations or indications, because there aren't universal positive moral obligations, but if you want to be informed about which charity you should give to, that's something that you can be informed by through engagement with your magical thinking frame, prayer, whatever. It's not something that you can be informed by a rational determination. And the beautiful thing about this is because we have examples of things that can be determined rationally and things that can't. We have examples of things that actually do predicate on God and things that don't. And we can draw clear distinctions between them. What?
You're begging the question that these things aren't rational.
No, I'm not begging the question that they're not rational. That is it. If you're engaged in prayer, so are all religious beliefs equally rational?
No.
Just Christianity.
Yeah, Orthodox Christianity, yes.
Okay, so there's absolutely no way you can successfully make this argument, because even if somehow you'd made any progress in your existential argument about God, you certainly cannot make any sort of claims about how those people's understanding of God doesn't meet those criteria, whereas yours does.
It philosophically collapses. Every other system, including atheism, philosophically collapses.
I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't. Your basic claim is that if you don't believe in God, then you can't make any claims that anything is true or known. But we've already explained.
I'm not talking about capacity.
I've already explained how one makes claims about truth for the purposes of a given argument. So something might be true right now and standing, but it doesn't stay true if you successfully rebut it.
Okay, I'm not talking about use. I'm talking about philosophical justification, valid, true belief.
Again, philosophical justification is just argumentation of a certain kind. But it's not the case. Yes. It is not the case, for example, that Joe says, the Niners won the football game this past weekend. And that he believes it to be true because of any philosophical justification whatsoever.
It does.
No, he's not making any philosophical justification.
I'm going to tell you.
He's not justifying things this way.
Wait, hold on. I'm about to tell you. If Joe believes something based on whatever information, that presupposes identity. He has a team.
No. You are saying no. I've already corrected you on this. It is the case that Joe wouldn't say that and think it meant anything if the world weren't as it is. But to presuppose something in order to make an argument means the argumentation has to can literally supervene on the thing. It can't just be something that you could prove along the way to getting to the actual argument. That's not how words work. That's not how language works. It's not how argumentation works, most importantly. And you're trying to claim that via argumentation, you're establishing the existence of God. But you are absolutely not establishing it. And your basic warrant that because making arguments is predicated on the world existing and things being as they are, that therefore I'm philosophically justifying making these arguments with the existence of God, which I am expressly not doing.
Okay, so like even just like, oh, my tummy hurts, all the way down to that song sounds nice, or doing stuff or whatnot. All these things require preconditions necessarily, philosophically. So it requires there be interlocking, non-contradictory webs. It requires that these things have justifications. Otherwise, they could not be and would fall apart.
Okay, so atheists can't say true things. Atheists can't say true things. Is that what you're saying?
Wait, that's the category error you're making. I'm not saying that people can't do stuff.
This is a category error you're making. You're saying expressly that you can't make claims of truth or they can't be true unless they're philosophically justified. But almost nobody ever philosophically justifies their claims. So it's absolutely factually false.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. the transcendental argument for God is a meta level argument.
No,
So
it's
it's
not.
not local in that, like, yeah, you can say stuff and do stuff, and then, oh, I have reasons to believe this or whatever at a local level. I'm not saying that.
You're
I
equivocating
understand
on the word
this is-
predicated or the word presuppose or whatever. You're equivocating on that because those terms are used when what you're claiming is that this argument you're making, you cannot start making it until you establish this stuff. And that's not what's happening. So then what you're saying is, well, you couldn't make it if this stuff hadn't been actually so. Well, I mean, the thing is,
Yeah.
the stuff you're saying has to be actually so is expressly the stuff that's not happening, namely philosophical justification.
Okay.
Philosophical justification is something people do. It's not something that exists outside of people.
No, I'm not saying that, like, we verb justify and that's how you're able to do stuff. So, like, you have to, like, blow into, like, a verbal philosophical breathalyzer in order to do, like, any sort of whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that at a paradigm level, your paradigm versus my paradigm, your paradigm, because you have a naturalist, materialist.
I don't have
worldview,
such a paradigm.
does not explain
I don't have
the
such a paradigm. I do not have such a
Yes,
paradigm.
you do.
I am not
do.
saying at any point that there aren't legitimate justified ought statements, which is what you said those two people did, right? I've expressly told you I absolutely believe in normative statements, and I believe you can justify a certain class of them without any reference to any kind of God or religion frame at all. Some kinds, and the way we know that's the case is because there are other kinds of moral questions that you can't answer deducing it from an axiom.
Wait, that's one level down from what I'm arguing. That's one level down. And that makes sense. And
No.
that's definitely whatever.
No.
But that's not, like, you're an atheist, right?
No, I'm not an atheist. I'm a Christian.
What?
Yes. I'm a proud practicing Christian who prays all the time.
Wait, don't bullshit. Wait, don't bullshit.
I'm not bullshitting you at all.
That's crazy. Wow, praise the Lord. Wow.
So I can tell you for
Okay.
sure, because I have that frame of reference, the things I need to use God for and the things I don't. What you're saying is that the things that are not actually predicated on God's existence at all, like whether I'm going to go smoke a cigarette or whatever, that question is still cannot even exist without God existing first. But you haven't established that. And the point is, you don't need to win any arguments to have a good relationship with God.
Well, I mean, that's again like a local thing. This is just like a proof text for God. But hold on, how long have you been Christian?
Like, how could you predicate your precious relationship with Jesus and God on this fucking horrible set of argumentation?
No,
I'm telling you, as a professional debate coach, I'm telling you, it's my professional judgment that this set of arguments you're trying to make is absolute garbage. I could give you a better argument for God right now. It's just an ontological argument that because God is named and people do pray to him, that it exists in some sense. That's a better argument right there, and that doesn't even hardly do anything. This idea that all this stuff that you're talking about, that everything that communication is necessarily must exist for communication to happen, that somehow because it necessarily must exist and there's order and stuff, that therefore God, there's no actual warrant there. There's no warrant at all.
Yes, I mean, again, like, I mean, it's all about the three conditions for knowledge at all. And just like by us, the agent. I mean, like, if we're it's about evaluating worldviews.
I think when you lost justified true belief as a potential argument, you lost any warrant you possibly had. Because now that we've established and explained that knowledge is not justified true belief, then there's no possible way you can say that nobody can know anything or have any truth in the world without God, because without God, it's assuming we're a brain in a vat, and in that case, blah, 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 blah. That's all predicated on the idea that somehow knowledge exists outside of people knowing things, and that it's permanently has some sort of status of correctness on it.
That's the point. Okay. I see what you mean. I'm not saying knowledge as in what you would think of in the MUTI sense, where like knowledge is along the two knowledge functions. I don't mean that. Really, knowledge, as we're approaching worldviews, everybody has worldviews. Worldviews are accessible via knowledge. And knowledge is predicated on substrates and worldviews. So this is a great worldview versus worldview versus. An atheist person, a naturalist, a materialist person, if they try to say like, well, no, God doesn't exist, they forfeit their ability to give justification to their ability to make coherent arguments. Because arguments have to fit. Arguments rely on identity of the past.
That's not true. They're equally as incoherent as your arguments because they're ignoring the points that I've made, which is a proper relationship with God is faith-based, and faith is defined as I defined it, which is an actual definition that draws a distinction between that and other ways of knowing or whatever. And
again, that's a level down.
It's not a level down. I'm actually doing intellectual work where you are not.
No, but I'm not. Look, the Orthodox Church has never held that you have to be this great philosophical theoretician to be a great Orthodox Christian. We literally do not think that. So you're making a point. I'm not.
I didn't make that point. I didn't make that point.
Because you were talking about because you were letting that justification to have belief in God and the whatnot, and I don't believe that. What this is a logical proof for the existence of God for non-believers.
But it's not a logical proof. It fails to actually establish a warrant. The warrant is essentially that because we can only feel confident about knowing and or truth if we assume God. And first of all, that thing that comes after the but because is simply factually untrue. And I mean, you have not established God's existence at all. And you shouldn't try to, because if you were to successfully establish God's existence argumentationally, then it wouldn't be something you could have faith in anymore.
No, see that's again your word concept fallacy, and that's where we get into the category.
Okay. Again, if you want to use a different definition of faith, then your definition of faith was confidence. Except the fact is, having confidence in something is not the same meaning as faith. Like, for example, if I have faith that somebody will come save me, even though I'm lost on an island and dying of starvation, well, that's because it's unlikely to happen, and I have counter evidence or evidence to the contrary that it's going to happen. Now, if I have an expectation because I got a signal from a ship that they're coming right now, that's no longer faith. It's still hopeful. It still hasn't actualized yet. In other words, things don't actually happen until they actually happen. That doesn't mean that everything that hasn't happened yet, we have to have faith to accept that it's going to happen. Some things we have good reasons, some things we don't have reasons.
Okay, let me. We're at Google. The word faith comes from Old French "fide," derived from Latin "fidem," meaning trust, confidence, or loyalty, and it comes from an Indo-European word I won't try to pronounce: to trust, confide. And so, like, you can have like for you, do you have confidence in your typing abilities?
Yeah, I mean, I have as much confidence as I should. I know I don't always get it right.
Yeah. Okay. So synonym-wise, you can also plug in faith. I have faith in myself. I have faith in my abilities.
So what you think that when Christians say faith not works, what you think that means is that they simply have loyalty and they have trust and they have confidence in God. Right? Note what was not included in that: justification.
What about it?
I'm saying we do have a kind of belief that happens in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. If we were going to use a word to refer to that kind of belief, the word we use typically is faith. But if you wanted to come up with a different word to mean that kind of belief, that's fine. The thing is, the reason God requires that kind of belief is because if I'm talking to Rachel, I can see her and I can get actual responsiveness from her in real time to confirm that either she's in the room or not, right?
So you have
So-
confidence in your perception.
So, but the thing is, the point is that I am perceiving something. So that there's some
You have
evidence
confidence
of
in
some
yourself.
data that I can have confidence or not have confidence in, right? The thing about what you're saying is, unlike with talking to Rachel, when I'm talking to God, I should believe him to be there for this complicated philosophical argument. But what about people who can't understand this argument? Why should they believe in God?
Wait, you're a smart. I approached this. I'm sorry. I approached you thinking that you were like a not Christian, so I was thinking like, here's this highfalutin argument for you. Like somebody that's lower IQ does not need to do that. God gives me good stuff. God good. Me happy because God makes me happy. That's fine. That's low IQ.
So it's okay to have a relationship with God that's based totally on faith, but you could,
That's
but
everybody. Wait, that's everybody. Everybody.
I mean, no, you just made a distinction between say somebody who's convinced by this argument you're making and somebody who doesn't need to be convinced by any argument.
Those are both the reasons for faith. Both of those things consequence faith.
Okay, not having a reason to believe is not a reason to believe. I'm sorry, you cannot say that not needing a reason or having a reason, just believing, is the same as having a reason to believe. Those are expressly different.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that there wasn't a reason to believe. For the low IQ person, it's like, God gives me stuff.
Okay, but the point is, they don't need this justification to believe in God, right?
No. They need age. Not to the same level of, I mean, any justification, any faith, like saving faith is believing that God is there and that he's your savior. And we don't believe in faith without works. So it's faith that worketh through love. And so like faith will consequence works, and you must be co-workers with God in order to consequence that faith that saves.
Okay, but if what you're saying though is that anybody's belief in God, in Christian God and Christ for any reason is good enough, then
If it's true, yeah. I don't need to know everything about God to believe that Jesus was the Savior.
okay. But if you're saying that anybody's authentic reason for believing in God is good enough to believe in God, and you're saying that there are in fact better and worse reasons, like for example that this argument is a good reason to believe in God, then in fact what you're saying is nobody needs any argumentation at all to believe in God. And in fact, that belief in God or the successful relationship with God is not predicated on this argument at all. And in fact, that if other people's belief in God, people's belief in God is justified true belief without this argument, then in fact, everything you're saying falls apart.
Category error.
No, how is it a category error?
Okay, because we're talking about a proof for God that brings about faith in God. There can be different things that bring about faith in God.
Have you ever met anybody who's been convinced to be a Christian based on your God proofs?
I was. I used to be a Buddhist.
Okay, well,
I was.
you got convinced by a pretty shitty proof, let me tell you. I mean, I don't mean to be offensive or whatever, but you've not established anything. You've not established anything at all. You've not established any warrant, any actual, none of this stuff necessarily implies God. We cannot conclude any of this stuff from God.
Jose, you conflated that with like what agents teleologically do with what must be the case for agents to teleologically do things.
Yes, what must be the case is a continuity of yesterday. What does not need to be the case is an answer regarding the origin of life itself.
That's another precondition. Yeah, that is.
No, it's not the case that anybody can't be right without being right about God. It's absolutely not the case.
Category. That's two different things that you're trying to like make sure of.
No, what you're saying is that argumentation itself is predicated on God, but you haven't established a link. Let me tell you what a warrant and a claim and an impact is. So a claim might be oranges are good for your health. The warrant is because they have vitamin C, and the impact is fewer colds, okay? So what's your warrant? You're saying because argumentation doesn't exist in a vacuum, that it only exists among people who have the shared language and are doing certain things with it, that therefore God. Why?
Okay, all right, all right. I'm gonna do that. Existence is made up of material and immaterial categories. God is the only thing that can justify them. And,
Why? But the answer is but the question is why. That's just another claim. God is the only thing that can justify these things because.
Okay, let me add a because. Because all these things, if not given justification, become arbitrary or self-contradict. And God, because of the eternal, rational qualities of his mind, allows for grounding of these philosophical categories. I have a prompt somewhere that I wrote.
I mean, the thing is, it's absolutely not the case that because things must exist before stuff happens, that that people's arguments, in the absence of this set of justifications, fall apart at all. Most arguments never touch on any of that ground. And what you're trying to say is they wouldn't be able to argue if they wouldn't be able to argue at all if God didn't make the ground the way it was or something. But the point is, everything you're claiming is actually factually false. Like, for example, that their arguments fall apart without God or something. They don't fall apart. They don't even touch that ground at all.
No.
Like an argument I'm talking about doesn't have anything to do with God.
That's not the argument. Like, you can make any argument and be logically sound without bringing God into that.
Okay.
Right? That's the first step.
Okay.
All right. So I agree with you. I agree with you.
Okay.
Like, use all this stuff and do it. I agree with you.
Okay.
However, the conditions that allow for there to be coherence in all these categories, yourself included, the worldview that allows this can only be predicated in the mind of God, because there are universals that are normatively binding, and this requires there be a universal, ethical, moral, rational mind to do so.
Yes, negative moral obligations are universally binding, provided we accept a negative rights framework, right? So, for example, one of the reasons why it's a good idea to be a Christian in theory is because Christianity is right about the highest value to uphold, justice. Christianity is right about the highest virtue to demonstrate forgiveness. But the thing is, regardless of that, for example, Christianity doesn't explain why it's bad to steal, whereas a normative rights framework does.
Normative what?
A negative rights framework explains why it's bad to steal. In other words, that rights derived from property, that one's born owning one's own body. That's the fundamental axiom that one has to agree with in order to deductively establish negative rights. But if you don't agree with it, okay, well, let's say you disagree with it. Let's say you disagree with it. Well, then chances are you'll engage on the topic from a legalist framework, such as I can't steal because I might get caught and get in trouble. Or you might deal with stealing is bad because of a religious framework. Or you might say that stealing is bad because you don't like to accumulate objects. You want to keep a minimalist life. You might say stealing is bad for any number of reasons, but there's only one good argument, a set of arguments to make as to why negative rights are universalizable, and it's not God.
Okay. Let me read you my short prompt that has to do with moral obligations. I wrote this. I think it's
okay. Sure, go for it.
Okay. Hold on. Let me just make sure my shit. Great talking to you, by the way. Moral obligations necessitate body norms.
Wait, say you cut out. Say it again.
Thus, they cannot.
You cut out. Start over.
Can you hear me?
No, yeah, you cut out. Start over that section.
Okay. Testing.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Moral obligations necessitate binding normativity and lack of subjectivity. Thus, they cannot be reduced to the human mind. Moral obligation appeals to us. We ought do what is right, and thus we ought to have good reasons to believe in good actions. Thus, by the standard of secular humanism, one cannot successfully give an account for morality. Normatively binding morality must be accounted for without human minds, and thus must be sustained by something with the teleological authority to order moral and other laws. The logoi of the Orthodox Christian God offers necessary grounding for universality and telos in moral normativity.
No, teleology has nothing to do with morality or norms. Teleology has to do with teleology is specifically about the utility of things. So, in other words, understanding something based on what it's for, rather than say, like whether it is incurring liability right now. That's a very different kind of question.
I think that morality is for something. It's binding you to certain outcomes.
Yes,
discouraging other outcomes.
Okay.
That's normative.
The thing is, what we want to remember is that even though people use a map of Kansas to drive, that's not what a map of Kansas is. A map of Kansas is an accurate description at a smaller scale of the roads and stuff in the state. Okay, so the same thing is true with morality. We can accurately describe negative rights and the implications morally from that framework, and we can point out that to argue against it, in other words, to negate this framework, you have to argue in favor of slavery. So that you might be willing to do that. You might be willing to do that, but the point is, you're not going to win that argument unless you agree to be enslaved yourself. So the point is, that's a good set of justifications for why something is morally impermissible. And part of the reason it's a good set of justifications is because a proper normative framework tells us before a prospective action is taken whether it's morally permissible, impermissible, or obligatory, and it tells us that for all people, regardless of their religious beliefs.
Okay. So is morality subjective?
Well, positive moral indications have a subjective element to them in the sense that there is no correct answer for which charity should you give to. It's holistically determined. So it's holistic. I wouldn't necessarily say it's subjective per se, but positive morality you could say is subjective if you want to. Negative morality, no, it's not. It's not subjective, and also true of positive rights that are attained by a contract, not subjective.
Okay, I think that both are. They are both objective. They exist independent of mind and state. It's just like I'm not a libertarian because like libertarianism does not give you the mechanism by which a right and an ought are generated because it just says that things are. But why morality escapes and must be undependent of something else is that morality says that things ought to be the case, which is where teleology comes into play. Because if things ought to be the case, ought requires there be a mind, there be an order to things. That's why.
So does every communication act requires there to be a mind and an orderly ability to express oneself.
Right, but a universal mind. Because
it doesn't require.
It's objective.
No, we can appeal to things applying universally and discover all the time that we get disagreement from myriad people. The status of whether it applies universally or not is determined argumentationally. It's not determined on their opinion about whether it applies universally or not.
Well, not determined, but it's like we're discovering things. We're discovering math, discovering logic, discovering morality. So it's like if somebody argues Atticus Finch style for the wrong outcome and people say they're right, that doesn't mean they're right. They're wrong. And so that means it's independent of mind what this moral fact is.
No, but it's not independent of argumentation. So in other words, neither of us get to be right or wrong without arguing it.
I'm not disagreeing with you. So we're discovering with our minds and arguing for what is already the case, what is already there. Because morality is universal. It's not finite. I said finite earlier when we were talking.
Yeah.
So it's outside the mind. It's a universal. It's a universal ought.
Okay. Again, the normative status of something like true is not something that exists outside of people. It's something that's determined by people through communicative acts.
I feel you, but to go just like a step further, I would say it's discovered. And so, like, if it's discovered, it's universal.
I mean,
Just
yes, it's true that correct descriptions of things are describing something that exists prior to the description. Okay, that's true. That's true. But it's important to note that a negative race framework, for example, is all conditionally true in the sense that there might be various premises, and the conclusions might follow from those premises. That is absolutely 100% indisputably true conditionally. So I don't even need to put words in, right? If X, then Y, and if Y, then Z, and Z, and if Z, then X, therefore Y. And it's 100% completely valid, no disputing its truth at all by anybody, unless they use the wrong calculation metric to determine whether it's true.
Okay, so again, like the right or wrong calculus method, that's saying that reality works in such a way that certain problems must across the board be approached in certain ways. That's a teleological.
No, it's saying we test the weight of something with a scale, but we test the length of something with a ruler. Okay? So in other words, it can't be the case that all measurement is predicated on weight, because some things you're measuring aren't weight.
Yes, exactly. You're right. There are a moderate of, the one and the many. There are many things, and there are many ways to deal with many things. But what I'm saying is the one universal thing is that these things are ordered, lacking material immaterial categories, and they must have philosophical justification. Now, and here's where we've gone back and forth. I'm not saying that agents don't determine these things that are true or false or whatnot, that agents don't do these things, but that agents are referencing prior information, prior facts, and these things are ordered and binding, just as the laws of thought will prescribe.
I mean, they're not binding. They're not binding. People say illogical bullshit all the time.
And see, like that example, what you just brought up, that's an example of the disconnect we've been having. I'm not saying that you can't go like,
No, I get it. You're saying that in order for us to have this conversation now, certain realities must be in place to enable it, including the internet, including word usage, etc., right? Including law of non-contradiction, etc.
Yeah.
So, okay, but keep in mind, say, God, the law of non-contradiction, we didn't get that term from the Bible.
No,
right?
I'm not saying that.
So,
the Bible doesn't have the term the Bible in it.
Whereas we can point to some piece of information that we did get from the Bible, right?
Yeah.
And we can point to some kinds of things that we cannot engage without engaging God or Jesus. For example, if you want to engage the question of your immortal soul under a Christian paradigm, whether you're going to get to heaven, you cannot resolve that thing without going through God, right?
No.
Right. So, but we'll note that, and it may also be the case that you can't resolve that question without existing in a world where God does exist beforehand as well. But you will note that there are other very distinct questions where that's not the case. And it's not just that it's not the case because people aren't making those arguments. It's not the case because in no universe that's accurately described is it necessary for anybody to establish any of that shit in order to do what they're doing now. And while it might be the case that the world has to exist for them to do it now, that's not proof of God.
Okay. So you're a Christian, you believe in a biblical creation story?
I don't know what the origin of stuff is. I don't believe in a young earth theory or anything. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. I negate evolution, but not because I affirm creationism. Evolution is bad because it fails to do its job as an explanation. And that's the appropriate metric to evaluate it on, not against a purportedly preferable act. Then you're not doing your argumentation rigorously.
Okay, shoot. Well, let me ask you: do you believe that Jesus Christ came back from the dead?
I mean, the thing is, I don't. When I pray and engage with my Christianity, it's like saying I'm going jogging. I don't need to assert anything about the road. I don't need to go over my assumptions like I have feet. I don't need to win an argument that jogging is a good idea, etc. In fact, the best relationship with God I can possibly have does none of that stuff.
Right. I'm not, again. So I'm not. Okay. So when I say normative, I just mean in the philosophical sense, not in the operative day-to-day sense.
No, I get it. I get it. When I was talking about jogging, that's not a discussion about something that's normative. It's pointing out that prayer and my relationship with God is like a person's relationship with jogging, not like a person's relationship with making an affirmation or negating statements.
Sure, but you have reasons up to maximal certainty, which deduction is, for God.
No, I don't, because God is not subsumed by my justifications. It's hubris to think that he might be. I became a Christian when I quit drinking. And I started praying because the people in AA told me this is how you should get sober, do these things. I just tried to follow those instructions, right? And accordingly, I came to understand it initially as a behavior I engage in for the purpose of following instructions. And what I never did was make the mistake of thinking, I can't accept God except through my rationalist paradigm.
Okay, no. I'm not saying, okay. So there are a couple of things that are being complete. You can believe in God. Like, you know what they do for like the low IQ people over in Africa? They like give them a short catechesis where it's like, oh, don't kill, don't rape, that's good, and then you're in the church. That's what it is.
Okay.
And those are good enough reasons. Like, that's fine. And like they can believe in God from that. And then there are other people that need more and more. I had my reasons for believing in my Buddhism utterly ripped apart by presuppositions. And so for me, that's what it took.
I mean,
it depends on the person.
You were very susceptible to having this presupposition argument that I still haven't heard any meat on this bone at all. Like in every practical sense, in every actual concrete sense we can talk about, nobody has any of the things you're saying that are predicated on God actually predicated on God in any sense of the word whatsoever. You might say that the world existing is predicated on God, but it's not so for the reasons you're saying.
Okay. So this is, again.
And if you agree that I don't need a rationalist paradigm to be correct about God, then you're agreeing that we don't need to prove God's existence to believe in him.
Okay, you have various TE ways you can ultimately get to God. No one's denying that. However, the strongest, most TI way is to say that like all these immaterial things, all these things that exist, even like these physical processes, if you look into the philosophy of science relies on these immaterial things, like identity over time, like causality, like.
But nobody's ever claimed that humans don't have the capacity for those immaterial kinds of thinking.
Yeah, so it's not thinking, it's that we're thinking about these things. So these things exist before our thinking about them. That's why I say that, like, they're universal concepts that we're accessing with our finite minds. These universal concepts, because they are invariant, they are necessary, they are binding, like squared circles, like morality. We discover truth. We ought to have good reasons for things. So we ought to have good reasons for all these things that allow for existence.
Is that a
Allow
moral
for
ought? Is that some sort of thing, morality that God's telling us that we ought to have good reasons for things?
philosophically in an argument? Or are you going to make unjustified claims? You ought to have good reasons.
No, I mean the thing is, I'm of the mindset that if somebody is going to make a case for something, they should have good arguments. They should win the argument chains, and if they do, they'll convince me. But the point is that it's not the case that somebody who believes in God for the reasons I do has a worse relationship with their belief than somebody who believes in God for whatever reasons you believe in God.
That was never my case. That was never my argument.
Okay. So then, if in fact there's absolutely no need to establish God's existence by argument in order to have a successful relationship with God, then
I didn't say that. Because Paul said that we ought to have a defense for our faith if pressed. And this is just one vector. I can say
I've got a great defense for it. I've got a great defense for it. I've got a great defense for it. It's something I'm doing. It's my personal relationship with God. It imposes upon you not at all. And fuck off if you don't like it. What more reason do I need than that?
That's a valid reason. That's a valid reason, sure.
Okay. So note the difference then. Note the difference then between God's existence and something like whether the earth is flat. It is not okay for me to believe the earth is round because, after all, there are tennis balls on the earth, and tennis balls are round, therefore the earth must be. That would not be a good reason to believe the earth is round. And we could falsify that reason. And the fact is, if you're making arguments about something, then what matters isn't the claim, but the reasoning. So if you want to convince me the earth is round, you are never going to be able to convince me the earth is round by telling me the tennis balls are round and therefore the earth is. Accordingly, with religion, it's I lost my train of thought.
Can I interrupt for
Yeah, sure.
On Friday it says shopping boot camp kickoff how to tag on YouTube. Is that a class you're gonna take?
Yeah, I got an invitation from YouTube to join this like special people's thing, and I accepted it. I tentatively accepted it because I was like, oh well, if I don't accept it, maybe YouTube will be like, he doesn't care about YouTube, so we're gonna stop showing these videos to people. But then after I clicked maybe, I was gonna go, and then I went to my calendar earlier to set this up, and it wanted me to confirm it, and I said no, because it's like, I don't want that information. I just don't want YouTube to think I don't care.
Not invite you, yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I'm probably not going to go. Stultifying. Atheists are usually smart and theists are usually dumb, so I think you have it backwards. Who's saying that? Let's see. What's materialistic about the atheist worldview? It seems kind of ephemeral and stultifying most of the time from my position. I mean, I think atheists are silly too because they're also operating under the false presumption that you need to win an argument to believe in God.
You just have to. So Romans says that like the law of God is written on all our hearts, and so like we all know that God exists, and it's just a matter of realizing that.
I mean, definitely my parents didn't. My parents were my dad was a very staunch atheist. My mom couldn't have cared less about any kind of God stuff. She was atheist, but only like disinterestedly so. Regardless, it is not the case that either of them believed in God at all. And saying that people who don't believe in God actually know in their heart that God exists, that's just like so shady fucking garbage, you know?
I mean, if you're a Christian, that's what you believe. That is what the Bible teaches.
So the Bible teaches me that my dad could not accurately self-report about his cosmological beliefs.
Yeah, respectfully, you would say that his heart was hard.
I mean, I just think he had a different paradigm than the one I ended up having. It's like, just because I'm Christian, and you should understand this for yourself, you should quote me on this, you saying it, okay? Just because I'm Christian doesn't mean I think you should be.
And that doesn't, okay. Wait, I want to tell you, like, it kind of seems like you have a sort of fly-by-night approach to Christianity because you don't believe in core tenets. Really.
No, it sounds like
That's
you've got a
what-
fly-by-night belief in Christianity because you think it's predicated on this bullshit set of arguments that hasn't established anything.
No,
That
it's
you
not.
don't. That you think that my dad, even though he didn't believe in God, that secretly in his heart he did, which is insane because we have every piece of evidence we have contradicts that, right? Like, in other words, you can ask people their actual perspective on things. They can self-report more accurately than you can know things about them through your frame of reference here, for sure, right?
So, what's meant by believe is just to have trust in, to have faith or confidence in it. And we can know these things. We know that there's God, but we don't believe. We don't have faith in the Savior. That's the problem.
So my dad did not know there was God, okay? To know there was God, my dad would have had to have known it from his experience or his intuition. He had no intuition, and his experience was not one that embraced religion at all. So no, he did not know. He did not know that God existed. He knew, also wrong to do. He knew that God existed, that God didn't exist. He was a staunch atheist. So if you're saying that your religious reasoning can afford a status of knowing gods exist to somebody like my dad, who was a full-blown atheist, then you do not care what words mean at all. I gotta go smoke this cigarette.
Okay, are you still on whatever?
I'll be back. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. I'm just gonna, and then we'll when I come back, we'll finish up a bit. You know. All right. See, the basic problem here is he wants to he wants his cake and eat it too. You're never going to have the best argument when you start with the outcome you want and try to establish that. You have to be disinterested in evaluating whether something, passes scrutiny or not. And that means you can't be attached to one side or the other. The guy on the phone, well, I don't want to insult him, but I think he's probably pretty smart, but he's married to one side of the resolution. I don't know why. Like, I just don't get it. You don't want to define faith as having anything to do with belief in the absence of evidence. Just define it as confidence. Well, that. Like, if faith is just confidence, then what do people who believe in the wrong God have? Unjustified confidence? I guess that's what he'd say. I don't know. It's frustrating because whenever I have any kind of argument with somebody about some topic, it seems like pretty much always they have an agenda, and so that makes it so that no work can get done because they're not trying to refine into better arguments. They're trying to I guess. Anyway, I don't know. Usually, morons aren't going to spend all this energy on philosophy. Yeah, but just to show you how people can be seduced by a fundamentally faulty notion that you can't be right about anything unless things that are true are justified true beliefs or something. It's just a fundamental misunderstanding of the word true and the word knowledge. And the thing is, his basic argument is that, as far as I can tell, is that if we don't have a correct understanding of where the world came from or something. No, if God hadn't made the world, we wouldn't be able to do any of this stuff. But the only warrant I could see is that if we're a brain in a vat, then we could never be correct. But that's not. I've already falsified that. So I don't know. Like, no, atheists know that God exists. I mean, they don't. Kind of definitionally, they negate that. Now, they may say that, but deep down inside, they know. Oh, mercy, mercy me. All right, I guess I'll go back. Half cigarettes good enough.
What's up?
There's plenty of stuff you could just sorry. There's plenty of stuff you can know holistically that you can't determine determinatively, right? Like that something's a good song. You can know that, but you can't win the argument. Right?
Sure.
So if your argument is predicated on true things being true or whatever, well, there's not all statements that we might afford a status of true or false are parsable like that. Some of them are holistic. Like, is that thing a fish? We don't have any actual operationalized definition of fish. Because every time we attempt to make one, some things that intuitively aren't fish get included, or some things that intuitively are fish get excluded. It doesn't mean that you're wrong necessarily when you call something a fish.
Not necessarily, but there is a fish, and then there's the correct methodology to determine a fish, and we may have to move back a step and determine that methodology.
Well, what I'm saying is that there isn't one because people haven't been able to come up with that kind of a test that includes all things that we intuitively understand as fish, but excludes all things that we intuitively understand as not fish. So some terms have more concrete definitions than that, and more operationalized definitions. Like we can determine whether something's a mammal by doing certain tests, like does it lactate, is it warm-blooded, does it have a large four-chambered heart, things like that, right? But we can't make that determination for the category fish. So the thing is, if in fact your existentiality argument is predicated on being able to know things correctly in some sort of ultimate later on reveal of whether you knew it correctly or not, then we have a whole set of kind of things that are known and true that can't even be established at all. So, um, what about those kind of things? Are those not proving of God's existence?
All right, let me read the Bible verse because in a way, yes, or directly yes, but the methodology, the TE process, that's hard. We may not know that without God's help. So let me read it. This is Romans 1:20-21. For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood through what has been made, so that they are without excuse. For even though they knew God, they did not honor him as God or give thanks, but became futile in their speculations, and their foolish heart was darkened. So everybody knows that there is God by way of material and immaterial categories.
That's the Christian. It's a Christian specific argument, right? So presumably that argument might work on when we're talking exclusively about Christians who already affirm the accuracy of the Bible or something, but it's not an argument that can establish anything outside of that frame.
Okay, so fantastic. We're on where I want to go. But I read this more specifically for what we were talking about earlier about your dad and whatnot. Like that is the Christian thing. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not my take, and I'm just as legitimate a Christian as you are.
Not if you don't believe in Christ's resurrection.
Okay, well, this is why I say people shouldn't argue about God, because what it boils down to is people don't like my correct understanding of God and faith and magical thinking frames being not bad and also not the same thing as rational frames. And so then they accuse me of not being a real Christian. All I can say to you is, God, and Jesus, I'll tell you to go fuck off. If you want to go proselytize to somebody, go talk to somebody who's not even a Christian, maybe.
All right. So, like, on the worldview versus worldview, like, you brought up an interesting question. It's like, yeah, this is the end Christian worldview. Now, what do you do if somebody's not?
This is your view, okay? You do not get to speak for what Christianity is, because my Christianity is very different from yours. Mine is correct, and yours is full of shit.
Well, I mean, Jesus Christ said he would come back from the dead. And if you don't believe that, you just believe him. It's about him.
Look, I'm not trying to understand what's going to happen someday, maybe with Jesus, okay? When I engage with God, I'm praying to him, usually saying thanks, forgive me, and maybe I might ask for something like, please help me to be courageous in this challenging thing, right? You'll note that it does not require me to have positions on this story from the Bible, that quote from the Bible, whether Jesus is going to come back, whether he rose from the dead, whether God created. I don't need to have positions on any of those things. And in fact, I don't have positions on those things except where I have a position that's rationally justifiable. And regarding grand cosmological questions, there are no such positions.
Okay. So let's go to something that's commonly shared between the two of us. The Bible. Do you know where it came from?
The Bible? I'm not a Bibleist. I feel as though that I take certain core story ideas from the Bible. The idea that Jesus affirms forgiveness, that he was killed in order to pay for our sins, that our sins are forgiven by his resurrection, stuff like that, are core concepts that make up the underpinnings of my Christianity. But you'll note that I don't have to think about any of that in order to, except for the core principles like forgiveness, justice, etc., in order to have a successful, correct relationship with God.
Okay, you're saying that, but this is why, so you know about Jesus from the Bible. People that reference the Bible told you or you heard about Jesus from that.
Yeah, sure.
And so where did the Bible? Okay.
Where did the
So
Bible
where
come
did the
from?
Bible?
Jesus'
Yeah.
dumbass friends wrote it. And it's unfortunate because if I had been there, I would have done a much better job of writing it.
Okay, you say that, but Paul was debating with like all the top things, all the over 130 IQ niggas. Paul was debating, and he was over them. He's 150. I always think he was like 150 IQ. Paul was up there. Paul was 150 IQ.
I don't think
Yeah.
of myself as having a high IQ because
Yeah.
I don't care about things that are not real, right? Like, I don't have an IQ score, just like I don't have big five personality traits. What I do have are both the skills and the will to be rigorous and correct in my parsing of things. I have that as a career as well. I have a long career of evaluating things, all the arguments for both sides of a thing, without caring which side wins, right? And that you have to have that in order to be correct about things. You clearly have an agenda here, a Christian agenda that you're pushing that says, not only can I have the best possible religious experience, relationship with God imaginable, but I have to also say, despite the fact that I don't, that I can win the argument over God existence, even though it's expressly not that kind of thing, right? Like we can win arguments about things that you can cite a variety of kinds of evidentiary supports and stuff like that, right? With God, all you can do is try to make some sort of definitional argument that these things existing definitionally imply God, or you can try to use the Bible to justify your claims about God. But that's not something that is a form of argumentation that anybody but Christians should ever pay attention to. And even Christians should only pay attention to that if, I don't know why they would want to, because no good comes from arguing about God.
I highly disagree. Yeah, look, I went from just like Bible alone. You know, my friend Robert is in the chat or whatever. I went from Bible alone, not really whatever, just like, oh, you know, I'm whatever. To, you know, I'm a part of the Orthodox Church. It's great. It's holistic. It's better. Look, the idea is, all right. So here's some incentive. Here's some FIC. We about to get TV guys. Orthodox Christianity and the Orthodox framework about Christianity answers every single philosophical, ethical problem because it's about the middle way. It's not about being too strict because, like, Jesus Christ let off the woman that was in adultery. She was caught in adultery, but also he was very harsh on the money changers in the temple. And that middle way of discernment of saying, well, like, here's the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law we must abide by. That's what Orthodox Christianity, correct Christianity, is about.
Okay, but look, Christianity is correct that adultery is wrong, and so is secular society correct that adultery is wrong. And I can give you an explanation as to why adultery is wrong through a rationalist framework. But you cannot give me an explanation about why adultery is wrong through a religious framework. All you can say is because God said so.
That's the reason.
The thing is, that's a reason that believers might get behind. But in a secular society, we need to justify normative claims with secular justifications. I mean, because after all, if you want to be correct morally and want other people to be correct morally, then we have to have a justification that doesn't predicate on somebody's religion.
So, moral decisions have characteristics and are universal, so there must be something about existence that allows for universal moral characteristics. That's
yes, there is something universal about people that implies morality, namely that if I condemn you for doing something and then I do that thing, somebody can use language to point out my hypocrisy. We can know that there's some sort of moral concerns because we can put ourselves in another person's shoes and we can relate to a comparable experience ourselves and therefore empathize with them and so forth.
But
We
what if we're all retarded? That's the thing. Like, there's a meme that's like, it's always two dumb bitches telling each other, yes, girl, and they justify some bad decision. That's the point. Morality has to be outside.
Like I said,
It has to
if
be-
we're retarded, then we just care about legal stuff. You don't steal because you might get in trouble, right? But if you're doing penal code writing slash you're a judge about the penal code and stuff, then you understand that the reason this person can't steal and it not be a crime is because it's a violation of property rights, that the liability incurred by this intentional theft was criminal, not civil, and for various reasons, right? So the thing is, what you can't do is make determinations about questions of normative questions by pointing to a religious document because one, religious documents often contain multiple sort of conflicting or sometimes just side by side parallel kind of explanations for things or may not have any justifications. Because the justification is God said so, we can't do any intellectual work after that. So if in fact the reason for, say, letting that guy go is because the cops arrested him for something that's not a crime, well, we can point to the law and say, you need to let him go. If I'm saying you shouldn't condemn that person because what he's doing isn't wrong morally, it's just awkward, then I can point to reasons and stuff. But if I point to God as a reason, then I can only potentially convince Christians if I point to Christian God as a reason. And it's incorrect to say that it universalizes if it only applies to people of a certain religion or if only as people of a certain religion should be convinced by it. So everybody should be convinced by rational arguments. Not everybody should be convinced by religious arguments. Even you agree that other religions, when they make arguments, we shouldn't be convinced by them.
Okay, see, that's the point. And so with all these paradigms, other religions, non-religions, they all make claims to certain all these building blocks we have in existence, and then we have to say what is actually a valid, justified worldview. What reasons stack and do not contradict and fall apart. And so that's why this is a paradigm level argument.
There are shit tons of arguments that have nothing to do with God that are sound and don't fall apart.
Okay, like what?
Like the earth revolves around the sun, not the other way around, and we can know this in part by the way the seasons work. I could go.
I could why it does that. That's the point.
Well, I could provide more explanation. I could say, remember, in my example, I'm saying we know that the earth revolves around the sun and not the other way around. So therefore,
but why though? That's the point.
Okay,
but why?
Listen.
You haven't justified.
Listen. If I tell you, here's why I'm going into the kitchen, then you can expect me to say to get some food. If I tell you, on the other hand, here's why we should believe that cheese is in the refrigerator, you don't get to answer that question until you answer why you're in the kitchen in the first place. That's not the case. That's what you keep trying to do. You keep trying to set necessary but insufficient burdens. And that's not a good way to argue. You're not doing any intellectual work.
But you're not going to, you're hearing what I'm saying, but you're taking it to the local level and like what we can do. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like the meta, like paradigm.
No, you're saying that arguments you haven't made, nevertheless, are the only possible arguments we can affirm because of reasons you haven't stated.
Okay, can you make arguments without logic?
I mean, sure. Like,
No.
sure you can. Like, you stink is an argument.
Okay.
It's a claim about you being stinky, I guess. But it doesn't require any logic. Logic being using language in a way that you excise certain things because they're definitionally excluded, provided given premises.
Okay, so if you were to say, I am host Eric, I am not Rachel, does that involve logic?
I mean, how you deal with the language will be either logically or not. Now, it is the case that for simple statements like that, our consensus about how we use words, what they mean, is sufficient for us generally to both understand all the meaning of the statement. However, if in fact later on I somebody were to say, I would say, my name is Eric, my name's also Rachel, then logic would be another person saying, you contradicted yourself. Technically,
So there you go. So contradictions
no,
arise
it's
when things are not logical.
no. Contradictions don't arise. The other person pointed out that I contradicted myself because they were paying attention logically to what I had said.
Okay, so for the correct assessment of affairs, there has to be logic, right? That's what that other person did. That's how they can call out the contradiction, right?
If one is making the kind of statements and the kind of arguments that require consistency to attain the status of correct, then sure. But I could be saying,
Okay.
I'm sad and happy and scared and curious. And the thing is, those things are not all the same thing. If in fact one could only feel one emotion at a time, they'd be in contradiction to each other to say that I'm feeling all of them concurrently. But that's one of those things that isn't determined, the correctness of which is not determined through a logical or definitional relationship with the language. Even though we have to have some kind of holistic understanding of what a word means to even have a conversation at all, dealing with something logically is a specific kind of paying attention to the way words are used. Either like I'm doing now, being very careful to use words correctly, to not reify things, etc., versus using words to express oneself, to talk about how to find a connection with another person. I like that movie too. Oh my God, Julie, it's so wonderful that we're bonding over this. That is, yes, it requires them to both mean approximately the same thing with words in order for communication to have happened. But there is no logical parsing of of the words at all. That's not the purpose of why those people are expressing themselves.
So wait, that's the thing. I'm not talking about cognitive functions, which is deeper than that.
No, what you're doing is you keep making the mistake of thinking that things that are only extant when people pay attention in that way are extant in some other fashion. And that's not the case.
Dude, if there were no human beings on Earth, a tree logically would not be a blade of grass. So the
we cannot even imagine what a unobserved reality would be because existentiality supervenes on observation, unless somebody's hypothesizing his observation as well. So no, it's not the case that there'd be logic in a world without humans. Logic actually presupposes human beings.
I'm not saying that it doesn't, because again, logic isn't created by human beings. It's a universal.
Okay. Listen, look. Imagine the pi, right? 3.14. 3.14 times r squared is a correct description of the, I guess, surface area of a circle, right? In other words, if somebody wants to figure out whether that circle rug is going to fit in this room, they're going to use this beautiful math thing, pi r squared. Now, you might say, well, that's implicit to circles. It's always going to be that case whether humans are here or not. That's implicit to circles. No. Actually, it's implicit to humans needing to know the surface area of the circle for a specific purpose. It is not the case. It is not the case. It is not the case. It is not the case that a map that represents a lake with a little circle would exist if the map didn't exist anymore. Just the lake itself would exist. So it's absolutely not the case that things that are purely symbolic languages used to do stuff by humans to communicate would exist independent of the things themselves. No, absolutely not.
Okay. So, and this is like a classical philosophical problem. Do we invent this? Do we discover these things, or do we invent them? Do we invent them? We're still discovering that.
Again, it's like
well, hold on.
mapping an area. We look at it, we draw a picture of the map. Other people use the map and realize, hey, this is wrong, and then it gets fixed, and eventually people use it, and it proves to be right all the time. That's how it works. Maps are still maps, even if they're accurate. They're not. They don't become the thing itself.
Was pi discovered, or did someone make pi?
Pi is an accurate description of one part of calculating the surface area of a circle, right? Remember, the reason pi is quote unquote discovered is because the same reason that the map we're drawing of the neighborhood is discovered. In other words, the neighborhood exists and we can map it in symbolic ways so that somebody can, without having to actually look at the real thing, can look at a symbolic representation and say, okay, there's 4 houses on this block, it's the 4th one, right?
Okay. So if I'm mapping out this, pi and whatever, we're on the very beginning, 3.17. I'd be wrong, right?
Correct. But again, this is no different than saying if you define P as a flashlight, and then you use P to mean lighter, then you use P incorrectly. Yes, you'd be using P incorrectly because you've defined P as a flashlight, and the metric for determining the accuracy of a descriptive statement is in visual stimuli, etc., right? So is it the case that you'd be wrong to misdefine a circle after it's already been defined as something and accepted as that? Sure, pi is another form of definition of a circle, same as saying it has no angles.
No, it's a rule. Things are governed by pi.
Nothing's governed by pi. Nothing's governed by pi. In what way is anything governed by pi?
Well, things are governed by that. The Fibonacci sequence and Mandelbrot sets, things are governed by that.
No.
Things are governed by...
No. Look, we might have a great tool that we discover. Hey, I can use this ruler to measure these kind of things, and these kind of things, and these kind of things, and these kind of things. It turns out rulers govern the universe. No. Yes, it's the case that certain math description measurement tools apply in multiple places in the natural world. That's great. We don't have to have a unique measurement tool, math tool, description tool for every single thing in the world. That's wonderful because we're not always measuring attributes that are unique to a thing. So if I'm measuring the length of something, every physical object is going to have some length I could measure, whereas, say, the concept of justice has no length I can measure, right?
Okay, it's just, like, is gravity a constant throughout the planet?
I mean, apparently not. Apparently it's a curving of space-time, but I don't claim to be an expert on astrophysics stuff. So I may be the wrong person to ask.
Okay, do things go down? Like when they go up, do they go down?
Yes.
Okay, so we're bound by that.
No, we consistently observe that that's the case. In fact, we're not bound by it. That's why people can not only go up into the sky in airplanes, but go all the way to the moon.
So if you jump, you're going to stay up in the air?
No, no. As a matter of fact, it is the case that if I jump, every time thus far, and I'm sure this time as well, I will go back to the ground. But if I don't want to be governed by gravity, I can go up the stairs and I'll stay on the 2nd floor until I come back down. I can go up in a hot air balloon, go up in a plane. I can go up in a rocket ship and leave Earth's gravity entirely.
So what does that tell you? There are causalities. And in order to change the impact of certain causalities, you must do things. But we're bound by causality. We're bound by
yes,
rules. We're bound by normative universals.
we exist in the reality that is. That's true. And we can describe and correctly measure many aspects of that reality. Sometimes even generate correct predictions from what we measure. That doesn't mean that our measurements exist outside of our measuring.
Okay, so I get what you're saying in that, like, you have to, like, I remember your first video about, like, TE was like the path to, like, the supermarket, and it exists as you're doing that. I get you. But things like squared circles and eighth notes and whatnot, these are things that say things cannot exist unless they're in accordance with these things, which we discovered. So we are bound to these things, and then we, as secondary agents, describe the rules. We describe this relationship. We're bound.
I mean, we can't have a squared circle because P and not P produces things that are, it produces arguments infinitely that are always valid and never sound. And the reason is because of the explanation of contradictory premises. So the reason you can't have a squared circle is contradictory premises. You can use those words. No, you can use those words. This circle is square, but the reason that it's what it means to say it's contradictory premises is that any argumentational work you do from that will be valid for reasons, but won't be sound. So and
sure, yes, I get what you're saying, but like we ought have justified true belief to do things if we're to actually know things.
But you're saying the reason we can't have a square circle. But you're saying the reason we can't have a square circle has something to do with squares and circles. It has nothing to do with squares and circles. It has to do with P and not P, right? You can't have that. You can have that, but it means anything you do argumentationally from it is predicated on bad premise work and accordingly is valid but unsound. And so,
so there's an assumption. You said bad premise work, which means there's good premise work, and then that stacks, and then that just stacks all the way up
right
to where you have a worldview.
So, in other words, you can have bad premise work if you have premises that contradict each other, and the reason what makes it bad is the fact that you use it any longer. You can't use it, right? Like, for example, if I have premise P and Q, and I work correctly deductively from there, whatever the conclusion I have, I can count on it as being 100% guaranteed true, provided my premises are true. Now, in contrast, if I have contradictory premises, then they both can't be true. So, because law of non-contradiction, right? Accordingly, if I ask, is my conclusion 100% true, provided my premises are true? Well, the answer is yes, technically, because if both P and not P are true, you can do work to imply anything, right? So, but accordingly, it's important to remember that when you say that the law of non-contradiction applies to what you mean is when we use words to do intellectual work, then we have to respect the fact that if we contradict ourselves in the premise part of the argumentation, that any conclusions we might draw are fallacious, right? So the thing to remember is this is a function of language you're talking about, not a function of stuff in the world.
No, that's not the case. It's not the case. Because, like, again, if there were no humans on Earth, a tree would not be a blade of grass.
But there would be no statement at all about the equivalency. There'd be no capacity of anything, nor existentiality of anything that draws equivalency between two things. That's a uniquely human thing. To say a tree is a blade of grass does not exist without humans. And without the statement, you're not evaluating
It does.
anything.
That's the point. That's the point. They're universals. It exists outside of human mind.
No, listen, there's no way in hell that the sentence, a tree is a blade of grass, exists without human beings, right?
Yeah, this is a version of the cogito ergo sum I gave you earlier. You're restating what I said. I'm saying outside of there being humans, a tree would never be a blade of grass. Never.
Are you saying that
So
outside
that's
of
the law
being outside of there being humans, no one would ever say that this tree is a blade of grass?
No, it wouldn't be.
Okay,
It would not
you're
be.
using words, right? So in other words, the idea that something can be something else is using words to draw an equivalency between things. The fact that if humans didn't exist, there wouldn't be humans to use words to draw equivalency between things. That is correct. The idea that this drawing equivalency between things exists prior to humans and outside of humans, that is incorrect.
What exists is these objects. So, like, if there are no humans, every human is dead, and the planet just exists. You know, the apocalypse came, the building. There's a tree, and then there's a blade of grass. Is that tree that blade of grass?
Is a question only humans can ask, and the idea that they might somehow be the same or have equivalency or be different are all human concepts that are that obviously supervene on human existentiality. So, would there be uniquely human stuff if there weren't humans? No, there wouldn't be.
Wait, host Eric, with my 8-way, I'm asking you, would a tree be a blade of grass without humans?
I mean, so would either of those things have a name?
Would they have an identity?
I mean, not as far as we know. We have no way of observing them. They don't exist. They don't exist from our frame of reference. They don't exist from our frame of reference. Your hypothetical unobserved tree and grass, first of all, exist only because you've done the work of hypothetically observing that they exist. And second of all, the fact that you're calling them a blade of grass and a tree is proving my point. They don't exist at all except as these words you're using, right? And you're asking, would these words I'm using still be true or false if people didn't exist? No, they wouldn't exist at all. Words only exist with people. And the idea that I can understand what a general tree is by talking about the identity of a tree or whatever, that's also a uniquely human thing.
No, words are describing a reference.
Are you telling me?
If you left your house, does your couch exist?
Are you trying to tell me that the idea of a tree, not referring to any specific tree, but the general thing that we call trees? Hold on. You're trying to tell me that the idea of a tree being a general thing, not referring to any specific tree, but instead a kind of plant that's tall and wooden, you're telling me that, in fact, this general idea of tree that people refer to when they use the word, that is not extant in any specific tree, would exist prior to people being here?
The characteristics of a tree?
No, the general idea of a tree, referring to one of those kinds of plants, but not referring to any specific tree. You're telling me...
That's loaded. I'm asking about the literal existence of trees. But
so you're saying plurality also exists prior to people.
I live in the city. Let me ask you this. So when you leave the house, does your cat still exist?
Not as far as I know. I mean, maybe, probably. I act as though I know. I mean, the point is this: does the cat exist when I'm not here? Well, not in any way that I can establish necessarily, right? I could try to establish it. The point is, the question is, will I affirm statements or can I substantiate statements regarding my cat's existence in my absence? Okay, because that's what we're doing, right? You're asking a question. You're asking a question about the status of my cat's existence in my absence, right?
How can we have epistemic certitude? Like if we don't.
So you'll note that that my cat
I get that.
My cat does not need, nor do either of us need, to have any relationship with the cat, any kind of consensus about its existence, right? So the only reason its existence comes up at all is because you're trying to illustrate a point. But all you're doing is establishing what I'm saying, that no uniquely human concepts that are specific to argumentation chains don't exist outside of those.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I'm up. In that dancing around, you confirmed what I wanted you to confirm. So I think that. So the cat is just whether we want it to or not, and the cat is not real. And so the law of identity and the law of non-contradiction is prior to us doing even language work or thinking about the cat.
No,
And
listen
so
to me.
you-
Listen,
Yeah,
listen.
you said-
I just explained to you that the only conceivable way that the cat's existence comes up is as a hypothetical to make your point about things persisting in the absence of people paying attention to them. That's a different question than what can we determine about things that are entirely unobserved, first of all. And second of all, the only conceivable way to adjudicate the question of the cat's existence is by saying, can I substantiate claims about the cat's existence? The cat's existence isn't an object of analysis unless people make it such.
I get that. I get it. Like things fall across analytical fields. I understand that. What I'm saying, what I'm pointing out this entire time is that you know that things exist without you looking at them. You know that there's a past.
Yes, there's object permanence. I remember my experiences. I remember things about the world. Yes.
Okay, the past. Okay, so you operate in a worldview in which you can't directly prove the past. You have to induct that there is a past.
Yes, one way in which I pay attention includes object permanence. The understanding / assumption that if I leave a non-agent someplace, that it's not going to move itself, right? That I'm going to come back and it'll still be there. I'm going to remember that I left that there, and when I come back, I will find it there if I remember correctly and if nobody's moved it.
Okay. Okay. So again, that cat or that agent has identity.
But people do have identity, and various things do as well. Like there are distinct objects in space, distinct events in time. Distinct events in time are a good example of how we construct an identity so that otherwise like undifferentiated flow of events has a frame and a meaning, right?
Okay.
So like, for example, if I say, if you're talking about this conversation tomorrow, you might refer to it as the live stream that you did. If I refer to it, I'm going to refer to it as the conversation because the live stream extends beyond the ends of the conversation, right? For me, from my perspective.
Yeah.
So it shows you how we use words to create distinctions for the purposes of doing things / communicating about them. The distinctions don't exist without humans making the distinctions. And the idea that we can think about a room where we're not in it and imagine and ask the question, are the objects in it distinct regardless of my presence there? Well, the thing is, the making the distinction, this cognitive process of drawing distinctions and stuff, that's the thing that doesn't exist without people making those distinctions. So are things distinct without people making distinctions? No, because distinctness is a human concept, a way of us understanding and dealing with the world in comprehensive ways.
So do you believe in a monad? Do you believe everything is one?
No, I don't think everything's one.
Okay, so it's one in the many. So these many things have identities over time without contradiction.
Yes, there are many things in the world. All these distinct objects around here are distinct objects because I can name them in part, right? Like, so there, you might say there are some particles of air in here that are distinct from the other particles of air, but I can't name them.
So you're describing epistemic certitude, but epistemic certitude about what? About reference, about the many, right?
I'm not ascribing certitude. I mean, what are you asking me? Am I ascribing certitude to something? I'm saying yes, there are distinct objects because we make them distinct with distinction.
Okay, so things aren't one, right?
No, obviously things aren't one because that would imply that we aren't making any distinctions.
Okay. Okay, so things are many, and so things have identity. We reference that identity.
We draw distinctions between many things, and we draw many distinctions.
Okay. Okay. So this principle, these universals, that things have identity, that there are indeed
No,
things,
no, no,
not
that,
just
no, no, no.
one.
You, that's not what I said. That people draw
That is right.
distinctions. People draw distinctions, right? So that we do think of some things as having identity when they have distinctive boundaries, like a lake, but not when it has not a distinctive boundaries like moisture in the air.
Okay. Okay. Are there are many things, right?
We draw many distinctions.
No, that's not what I asked. There are many things, right?
Well, the thing is, what you're doing is saying things are. That's the only thing you're saying. Okay, many being a quantity of things.
Right now, I'm just saying things are. I'm appealing to brute
Right.
facts.
So let's
Things are
not
different
use
brute facts.
let's not use be verbs to draw meaningless metaphorical equivalencies. Let's instead describe actualities. People do draw many distinctions and would ascribe to having certain objects if asked, etc. Let's use actual agent, action, verb, object kind of language so we mean things rather than talking metaphor.
So, like, okay, whenever we do language or whenever we do the cognitive function process, we're referencing things, right?
I mean, are we referencing things? We're saying things. When we speak,
Okay,
we're
so there
saying
are things.
things.
Okay, so there are things. So things have identity. Things don't contradict.
Some things have
Things
identity. Things that we draw distinctions for. When we draw a distinction, we afford something its identity as a distinct object, right?
No,
And-
you discover its identity. You don't
Okay.
put- you discover it.
Listen, we may bump into a chair and that we didn't know was there,
Yeah.
and in some regard
Yeah.
discover it. Okay, in some regard discover it. But the thing is, as soon as we start engaging in it intentionally, we are generating things about its identity. So the fact that people use the word chair to indicate something you sit on, and that if somebody sits on something, there's a decent chance they might call it a chair. That doesn't mean that the quality of being something you sit on is implicit to chairs outside of humans' ideas. In fact,
Yeah,
none
I
of those
agree.
concepts,
I
none of
agree.
those words, none of that anything exists prior to humans. And in fact, its identity is predicated on me paying attention to it and affording it that identity. Otherwise, it's just background things that I don't notice.
So this is a different philosophical problem where it's like, how do we find out characteristics about the thing? But that already presupposes that the thing exists and is separate from it. That's my point.
Right. In other words, we can't do any intellectual work until we've drawn a distinction first. You're right. But note that the initiative act is the drawing of the distinction. So I can't do any work on quantum mechanics until I've drawn a distinction between quantum mechanics and regular mechanics, until I've explained what kinds of things I might be testing, what questions I'm trying to answer, etc. The thing is, did quantum mechanics exist before somebody did the double slit experiment? No, it didn't. Before quantum mechanics existed, no, it did not exist, right? Because quantum mechanics is an explanation of observations and why they happen that way, how they happen, and why not some other way, and how.
So
What?
like we are discovering these systems. We're discovering distinctions. All these things
Yes.
are discovered.
Yes, when you look at something to map it,
Yeah.
yes, you are
Yeah.
mapping. You
Yeah,
are
so I
mapping
agree.
according
I
to
agree.
these
Wait.
observations, right? What you observe, you're mapping it, and you know that the kind of observations you're making are about something that generalizes well. So if you've drawn the map correctly, somebody else will come and see, oh yes, there are 4 houses on this side of the street,
Okay.
right?
Okay. I'm about to say your favorite 6 words in existence, Host Eric. I agree with you. You're right. Now, what this discovery includes is that these things are actually separate and have their own identity that we discover. Now, what this has to do with like God and all of these
They have
things? Like,
infinite possible identities, though. This is the problem you have. They have infinite possible identities. So, in other words, if I go see a tree, if I draw a distinction on that tree I'm talking about, I can go look at it and I could spend the rest of my life describing different specific parts of it or highlighting this or that aspect of it, right? And so, in fact, it has not one identity, but infinite identities according to what I want to focus on.
Sure. I'm navigating that. Sure.
But it's also the case that because it's a kind of object that we look at and touch and feel and such, that when we describe it, map it, make observations about it, make arguments about it, we are going to have some of those statements validated by others looking at the same data and using their same kinds of eyes as ours to make observations and check against the conventional meanings of words. So that doesn't mean that the tree has an identity outside of humans. Only humans understand things as having an identity.
Does the tree exist?
It doesn't matter how.
No,
It doesn't matter at all. This question of it doesn't matter at all. This question of what about the tree outside of humans? Because we don't get to access that ground, because what about the tree is something that happens after humans. So we don't get to even ask that question about before humans, because the thing is, answering a question requires humans. Asking a question requires humans. You're trying to hypothesize something that has no humans and still think you can ask and answer questions about it. No.
Okay. So universes. All right. So there are no humans at all. Does the law of non-contradiction still exist?
Absolutely not. Because the law of non-contradiction is something that people use to justify falsifying something. The law of non-contradiction is something that people use to falsify something. It does not exist in any other context.
A universal by necessity does exist without human minds. It's accessed with human minds, but it exists outside. It's universal. We are finite. We are finite minds accessing universal characteristics. Hold on, I should write down there.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue with you anymore about this. The fact is, these concepts are specific to humans, but if you want to imagine a world in which things have labels, even though no humans exist to label them, then I guess that's what you want to
These things exist, like if there's.
I mean,
that's the point. That's the law of non-contradiction and identity are still there.
What?
And so, like, God made that stuff.
So,
look,
does it have a status? Does it have the status of being there?
In this hypothetical, yeah.
So who gave it that status? Who's making the argument that it's there? Well, somebody's got to be making that claim, right? Claims don't just appear in the air. People make them.
It is hypothetical.
Who's making the claim in this hypothetical? Who's making the claim in this hypothetical that it's there?
a hypothetical is something presumed to be true.
Right. You're saying hypothetically, let's pretend this is there. Hypothetically, let's pretend this is there, which is logically equivalent to hypothetically, let's pretend that we can establish that it's there. Right?
This is a way to like kind of nestle in the epistemic problem that MBTI admittedly solved.
Did you answer the question I asked, though? It's like you're saying that in this hypothetical, A is there. Now, that is exactly the same as saying in this hypothetical, we can observe somehow that A is there. So who's observing it?
It doesn't need to be observed.
How are we talking about it then? You're saying hypothetically, let's pretend we've observed something. Hypothetically, let's pretend we've observed something. Namely, we're making an observation about this world in which something exists. So, okay, I'm with you. I'm hypothesizing that we've observed that something exists in this world. And now you say, and now let's pretend it's unobserved. Contradictory premises. We cannot talk about it as an object of analysis without hypothesizing that it's been observed.
So, again, and I understand that the whole purpose of MBTI is epistemology, but just in philosophy, just a hypothetical is something that's presumed to be true. So, like,
yes,
yes. Fuck all that shit. When you leave your house, is your sofa still there?
A hypothetical is something. Listen to me. If I hypothetically, let's imagine Napoleon eating an apple. Okay.
Fuck it.
Now, note though. Now here's the trick. Now let's imagine we have no way of knowing he's eating the apple.
Let's just talk about your sofa. Fuck the hypothetical. When you leave the house, is your sofa still there? Yes.
You're not addressing what I'm saying, right? The idea that we can make argumentational work about something unobserved by observing that thing that's unobserved, right? And then pretend we didn't observe it and do some kind of work is insane. It doesn't work like that. Are you hearing me?
Okay, so
what's the answer to the question? If a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to make a sound, does it make a sound? The answer is contradictory premises. If a tree falls in the forest, then somehow we know it's falling in the forest. If we might infer that it fell if we see it the next day, but if no one's there to make a sound, then for it to make a sound, then how is anybody there to know that it fell? Nobody's there at all.
This is more of the cogito error, some rationalist thoughts and whatnot. And again, the cogito assumes that there is an external world.
Look,
all these things.
Look, the thing is, what I'm telling you is actually answering major significant questions that are unresolved. And you could not give a fuck less. The thing is, I'm actually doing actual intellectual work, and I'm explaining something critically important to you. That when we make hypotheticals, it's fine to hypothesize that we've observed something that we haven't observed. It's not fine to hypothesize that we haven't observed something that we have observed hypothetically. That is not good intellectual working, right? That is doing a terrible, terrible job of correctly using argumentation, which is like the most important thing in the world.
This was all about the identity and just the law of non-contradiction. All I asked you was if there was no human and just a tree, would that tree be a piece of grass? That's it. That's all I asked.
And the answer is there'd be no observation of anything if we weren't observing it hypothetically. And you're saying, hypothetically, let's imagine we've observed this thing in the past where there are no humans, and now, hypothetically, let's imagine we haven't observed it.
Okay, fine. Let's observe. Okay. Is a tree a blade of grass?
Which tree? The answer is no, because we're using the terms meaning generally speaking. Something that qualifies as a general blade of grass and a general tree. Are they the same? No, although it is the case that palm trees are technically a grass.
Okay. Okay. So the law of identity and non-contradiction are there. These must be in place for us to do any sort of work at all, literally with anything. So we are bound by these constraints at any level. These are normatively binding. You can't have a tree be a blade of grass. So we are normatively bound to these references. So there must be something with the adequate power to allow for this normative binding of universals.
What do you mean by normative binding? You mean that we can't say that without contradicting ourselves? You're right. But people can contradict themselves.
So if you contradict yourself, if you're making an argument and you contradict, you don't have an argument. So in order to make arguments, you can't contradict. At the meta level argument, you have to have something that allows for arguments or with contradiction.
It depends where the contradiction occurs. It depends where the contradiction occurs. It depends where the contradiction occurs. If you have a contradiction within your framework, you're pretty well fucked, right? If you have a contradiction within some endpoint of a single argument chain and a block of argument chains, it may not be determinative. And the thing is, it is the case that if your opponent points out the contradiction, that should, for any listening third party, be sufficient for them to vote for you, right? Sure, you should vote against that because that's how arguments get won and lost. But the fact that we use the law of non-contradiction to sort of police language to make sure that people mean something specific when they say something and don't change the meaning when they say the word another time, etc. Various kinds of contradictions. Yes, some people police language by pointing to contradictions. That does not mean that, quote unquote, we are governed by the law of non-contradiction. It means that if you want to negate something somebody said and they contradicted themselves, you can use that contradiction to negate what they said with more success than using, say, a banana.
I mean, if this person is making a valid critique of what you're saying, that means that they are ontologically correct in their assessment of you, and you are ontologically incorrect. And thus, they can hold you to an ontological standard that you are failing.
That's not ontological, though. That's nothing to do with ontology. That has to do with argumentation.
Yes, it
right?
does.
No, if you're argumentationally incorrect, if you lose an argument, that doesn't mean you're ontologically incorrect. That's about your the entirety of your identity and self and stuff like that.
No, I'm not saying that like you as an agent are incorrect. Like if you're a baby born and communist China, I don't believe that shit. I mean, like you make an invalid argument. So you are saying something that's ontologically wrong, something that is ontologically not us. And this person, if you're to make valid arguments, should ontologically correct you if you're to be ontologically true, which presupposes like large contradiction and like all that stuff.
Wait, what do you mean by ontologically, though? What exactly do you mean by ontologically?
It's metaphysical existence, more or less.
Now, ontological refers to, like, if I'm being ontologically assaultive to you, I'm telling you it's wrong for you to be the way you are. The way you favor these kind of things rather than these makes you shitty. Then I'm ontologically attacking you. What you mean is argumentationally, right? So it is the case that people can be argumentationally, they can fail or whatever. And one of the reasons could be contradiction. One of the reasons could just be weak warrants or a failure to link your case level argumentation to your framework. Lots of ways people can fail argumentationally.
Okay, so dictionary relating to the branch of metaphysics dealing with the nature of being. So like your arguments are ontologically, not yours, or your premises are ontologically wrong. You have committed committed a wrong move.
Okay.
So, like,
arguments aren't beings. Arguments aren't beings. Arguments aren't beings. Being is not argument. Arguments are not beings.
Yes, they are. What?
No, people. I'm a being. I make arguments. I'm a being. I smoke a cigarette. That doesn't make a cigarette a being.
You already are also a being. You
Yeah,
are
I
also
am a
being,
being,
like
but
you.
but you said arguments. You were talking about the arguments being ontological or whatever, right? But
Yes,
an
you also have
ontological argument
ontological
is an
existence. Yes.
argument about being, and arguments themselves
What?
are not beings.
Yes, they are. They have ontological existence.
No, dude, listen. It says being, right? The word being. It's about what it means
Yeah.
to be a living agent. It might include animals, might not, but it's not about. No, listen. If you want to classify argumentation in philosophy, it's an epistemology thing. Argumentation does not belong in the category of ontology. Argumentation is about epistemology if you're going to have to classify it with philosophy, which there's no reason to.
No, epistemology is how you justify arguments,
No.
but then even like warrants, claims, premises, things
Okay.
in.
Okay. Epistemology is about how you justify things. That is what argumentation is.
Yeah, that's a form of epistemology. And
Right, not
epistemology is about what
ontology.
is ontologically so.
It's ontologically so that arguments are epistemological in philosophical set, appropriate set, you know? Is that what you're saying? That it is the case that epistemological concerns like argumentation are actually ontological concerns?
I mean, everything has existence. Everything is ontological. Like everything renders. And then it's like how we deal with that shit and how we discover is epistemological.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm done with this conversation because it gets frustrating when we're not using words to mean the same thing at all. And I'm done with this. But anyway, I appreciate you coming on and chatting with me. It was
Wait, hold on, wait. Let's cool down for a second. Just kick it.
no. Okay, yeah,
Cool.
sure. Hang around. I'm going to go outside and smoke a cigarette because
Yeah.
I can only bang my head against the wall so much.
No problem.
Oh, oh, Jesus. It's like when I'm conveying this thing about hypothetically, let's observe a tree and a blade of grass, and now let's observe that they've never been observed. That should have gotten through, right? Like, okay, I get it. It's contradictory for me to say, let's hypothetically observe something unobserved. But I'm not making any progress at all. Oh, the horror. It's like, oh, the verb to be. It's a real scoundrel. It misleads so many people in so many ways. Just because we can use the verb to be to draw equivalencies between things doesn't mean we can do good intellectual work by drawing such equivalencies. I just don't get why Christians want to think that they can prove God's existence or something. It's like you don't need to do that. I mean, I guess the basic paradigm conflict here is I'm saying that it's fine to start in place meow and end in place meow. It's preferable, in fact, and to define the scope of what you're trying to do, what it would look like if you did it, and what it would look like if you failed to do it. And then do the thing you say you're going to do, test it with the test you're going to test it with, and validate it accordingly and say, this is true within this frame according to this metric. It's like, we don't need to, it's not the case that you have to be correct about everything to be correct about anything. And it's also not the case that in order to be correct about anything, there has to be a single, like, what would you call it? A priori correctness that persists throughout time that we can refer to, or that we're discovering truths about things. No, we're just either correctly explaining or mapping something that we observe, or we're not. Our correct map or explanation is not somehow coded into the thing. That's ridiculous. Just because a thing's observable in ways that allow it to be treated as objective data, and therefore multiple people can do evaluations on it, that doesn't mean that commonalities between their observations aren't predicated on observations. I observed that the tree rings are no wider than a quarter inch apart. Oh my God, I observed that too. And then it's like somebody else goes, well, I observed that the rings are different colors. And you go, well, do you see how they were a quarter inch apart? No more than that? And the other person would go, I didn't observe that. Let me go back and check your observation. Oh, I got the same measurements. It doesn't mean that the distance of a quarter inch, which is just a human label of a measurement it only exists because we make that measurement at all, that somehow those numbers are coded into the tree is ridiculous. I made this point before about how, like, what's the deal with this whole math is the true ruler of the universe and it underlies everything. Math doesn't underlie anything. There are certain kinds of systems that we can accurately describe and correctly make predictions and stuff using math. In other words, our ability to do intellectual work further removed from observations has grown over time as that aspect of humanity actually evolves, right? But like he would say, um, we now understand that there once was Pangea, and for a while we thought continents were moving apart because of expanding Earth, and now we realize that continents are moving apart because of plate tectonics, and here's how we proved that to be true, quote unquote. He'd say, well, we may have been wrong before, but it was always the case that it was plate tectonic. No, at first it was the case that nobody thought the continents were moving around. Then later on, people saw maps and said, these things seem to fit together. Maybe they're moving. Then people thought expanding Earth. Then people thought plate tectonic. And none of those explanations or anything even conceivably exists without human beings offering that explanation. Like, objective data may be predicated on the idea that others can look at the same thing you're looking at independently and see basically the same thing. But that doesn't mean that being objective data is implicit to something. To become objective data, it has to be an objective analysis from multiple parties. It could be a set of words that's objective data, it could be an object that you're making measurements on or whatever. Well, I mean, the point is, it's objectivity, its objectness exists independent of people. No, because subject object is a distinction made by people. You can't have objects if you don't have subjects. But I'm done talking to this guy. I'm gonna wrap this up. Okay, I'm back. Do you know that nobody on the live stream can hear you when I'm not inside the house?
That's gay as fuck. Wait, can you hear me?
I could hear the sound of a voice, but it's muffled through the window outside. Because the only way they can hear you is if not this microphone, is if the microphone on the telephone is near the TV speakers.
That's fucking gay. Hold on, let me read you this rap I wrote real quick. Let me read you this shit, right?
Okay.
So it should be to you. Okay. Hanging with the main man. Lone wolf, no logo, going local, might spray you, no spray tan. I hope you pray in. I'm in a foxhole where you fuck niggas be laying. I put hands on a nigga with no arms like I'm Rain Man. Ooh, you hear that, Jose?
I mean, it sounds a little vulgar. I'm an old man, you know. I like nice soft raps about we went to the park, we shot some basketball, we made friends.
Sorry.
That's fine. No, you do you. I'm not critiquing your artistic expression at all. I'm just saying, you know, it caught me a little off guard there, I guess. I hadn't transitioned into street mode yet.
Street nigga. For real. Okay. Shoot. So, have you ever watched Monster? I think I told you about that.
Monster?
The anime.
I watched, I think, a little bit. It was on Netflix, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was too serious for me. Like it's kind of the same thing that happened with the rap there. It's like if it's too serious and kind of dark, then I probably am not going to watch it very much for very long.
Yeah. You've seen Fear, right? I think you talked about that.
So say again.
Have you seen Fear?
Oh yeah, that's fantastic. That's kind of serious too. Hi, Asphalt Island. Sorry, everybody, for neglecting you in the chat, but as you probably noticed, I was busy having an argument with Home Price here. Filer is his name.
Yeah, I'm stuck. Do you remember Stuff Doing? I'm stuck doing all shit.
Wait, hold on. Asphalt Island, are you one of my former students from Rebay? Well, it looks like I got maybe a former student in here. They're saying RIP to a private school I used to work at. I guess it went out of business or something? Or just the name changed? Indeed. Gatto. I remember you, I think. You had like curly hair that's kind of long. Is that the person I'm thinking of? Yes. Who was in love with his pigeons? I do remember you. Yeah, you were always cool, you know? You were always polite, always cool. I interviewed you in 2016, huh? Is the video still up there? At a certain point, like, YouTube started freaking out about kids, and I kind of went through my channel and made either unlisted or deleted most videos I had that had students in them because I didn't know what their policy was going to be exactly. I didn't want to find myself get shut down for having kids in videos when the channel, I answered the question, is this channel like for kids? I said no. So then it made me worry. So I might have taken it down. I don't know if it's still up there or not. I used to have a lot of student stuff up on the channel. I used to have a lot of debate round stuff and it was nice. I liked to over Bay went out of business and they leased the campus to a Hare Krishna charter school. Huh. Hare Krishna charter school?
Hare Krishna.
They've got a class in handing out flowers and a class in holding hands and stuff. I'm sure you get a great education at the Hare Krishna school.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah. What even is that? Is that like a religion or is it just hippies being hippies or what? Anybody know what Hare Krishnas really are? Are they like Hindus? Oh, kitty. All right.
Okay.
All right. So listen, I'm going to. I want to get out of this Google Meet now because I want to be able to walk around freely and not be tied to the microphone here. So.
You got it.
But I did it. I really appreciate you coming and chatting with me tonight. I'm sorry if I got a little, meow. I try to be
Nah, it's cool. I still
chill,
remember you snapping at Washington. Who cleans the floors? Nah, that's what's there.
but I'm sure I did. All right. So thanks a lot, and I'll talk to you again soon. Okay.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
You too. Bye. Okay. Now I can walk around freely. How many Hare Krishnas does it take to change a light bulb? What's going on here? Oh, she's getting a calendar, huh? Let's see. Wall calendar. And good. I'm so glad. It's important that Rachel gets this lipstick because I'm sure it's very, very different from all of her other lipsticks. You might think, surely, Eric, Rachel has enough lipsticks. But I will say to you, no, it's not for me to decide if Rachel has enough lipsticks. It's for Rachel to decide. I post rare SoCal 45s from the 50s, 60s, and 70s on this channel. Oh, let me go to your channel. I'll put a link in the chat as well to it. Well, that's cool. I do have an interest in Southern California themed content, even though I don't live there anymore. I live up in Mariposa now. Well, you put up a video one day ago. Lost Dilly Sisters one day ago as well. Cuckoo Paloma. Well, I'm actually kind of curious. Is this stuff all like not copyrighted music that you're putting up here? And do I have it on too fast? No, it's regular. What is this? Like little kids or something? Oh, that's some weird ass stuff, dude. Oh, they were known on their appearances for the Banana Splits Adventure Hour, huh? Huh. They played guitars like adults at 10 years old, huh? Wow. Well, I appreciate you giving that information, so I know. Sometimes good guys don't wear white. I wonder what happened to the Lost Dilly Sisters. Like, are they still around? If they were 10 in 1968, well, then they're only 13 years older than me. They'd only be 67. They might still be around. Maybe they're still playing shows. Or is this just... that's fantastic. I'm so glad you found those things and saved them for posterity. What a what a great thing to do. I mean, has anybody here ever heard of the Lost Dilly sisters? I've never heard of the Lost Dilly sisters. All right, I was gonna put a link to the channel. One of those songs sounded a little bit like a camper band Beethoven song. You could email me, call me, put my phone number if you want. I'll put my phone number in my email. 626-615-87. That's my phone number. And here is my email address. It's Eric Strauss backwards. See how it's backwards? A new thing to add to the Mexico song. Yeah, that's true, KJ. Thank you for saying that. I could have the second verse say, like churros, tequila and churros. Or I could say like tequila transistors. Listen to Lost Dilly Sisters. Suddenly a TWFPer shows up unannounced. Who's that? You mean Asphalt Island? Gatto? Oh, because Gatto's one of my former students. I had him as a student when I worked back at Rebay Academy. And he wanted to know how I could contact him. Senoras in Misters, Lost Dilly Sisters. Oh, you mean senoras and their misters? It's too hot, turn on the misters and crank up Lost Dilly Sisters. Well, I'm mostly just friendly show media. Like yesterday I typed that guy. He's fairly local to me. I said, oh, you should come down if you want to. He does some woodworking kind of stuff. So if you want to go just kind of collect random wood in the forest or you just want to hang out or something. If you're ever in Mariposa, come on by, chill out, hang out. He and I had a lot in common, though. I'm not saying that Gatto and I don't. I'm not really sure what Gatto's like now. I haven't seen him in many years. I'm not exactly sure how many years, but I would guess about 13 years, maybe. Because I'm doing that math based on Delilah being 27 and her last year at Rebay being when she was 14. I think that was my last year at Rebay too, so. Who's got 3 kids? Not me. I only have 1 kid. Just 1. And she's a grown-up now. Gatto, I believe, is at least 1 year older than Delilah, maybe 2 years older. Maybe even 3 years older than Delilah. So he could be as old as 30 for all I know. It's crazy to think about that. Like this. I'm asking about you. Or no, Ananova said like, what's going on with this person here or something. I don't know. You could potentially be 30 years old. It's crazy to think about. I didn't like it, Acacia. I didn't watch much of it. I only watched about a few minutes of it, the first few minutes of it, but uh, didn't like it. Didn't think he was doing a good job of 32. Wow, so you're 5 years older than Delilah. 42771. You're in city planning. that is that is crazy. Um, to think that Gatto is now a city planner. It's a weird job. Like the city's already been planned. It's already been made and everything. It's too late to plan it now. Mom saw. It's like these guys have been working diligently in some like back room for the last 100+ years. And they pop out into the middle of Los Angeles and say, okay, we're ready to design this city. You're a little too late. I mean, the thing about it isn't so much the Mexican voice, although I thought that's like an alternative to having good jokes. But it was really that the fact that he was trying to make his comedy hay without actually having clever things to say, just repeating it, saying it in a funny way, having it phrased a little funny or something. You need to do better than that. I got to get past the intro bit. Well, I told Ruben when I talked to him about it that I might try to go a little deeper into it and see. My numerological number is 34. I think it's 22. Well, we're different. We preserve historic architecture. Oh. Well, that's cool. Like, nah, bro. Don't tear that building down. That building's like super old. Like that. I have a little different of a system. I'll bring you something right now. You're gonna bring me something right now? Who's Monica Zeeble? I don't know no Monica Zeeble. I'm assuming she maybe it's Gatto. Might have been Gatto. But yeah, you can't talk to me on the phone right this second because I'm using the phone to live stream. Whoever it was, they hung up right after, like halfway through the first ring, so they probably got the wrong number typed in or something. But his merge impressions are affect based, so I guess I won't think that's fun. Merge impressions? What are merge impressions? Like an impression of one person merging into an impression of another? I mean, I don't dislike that concept. You remember my merge impression of Kirsten Dunst merging into Axl Rose? That's Kirsten Dunst merging into Axl Rose. It's probably no coincidence you just posted your number and received a call. Well, I mean, I used to have it as default text, as default upload text in all my videos. It goes. People associated with the number 34 often linked to iconic athletes. Shaquille O'Neal, Walter Payton, significant ages. Arnold Schwarzenegger at 34, filming Conan. Historical figures, Dwight D. Eisenhower, 34th president. Scientific magic numbers, 34 neutrons. And biblical references like Abraham naming Isaac, all reflecting themes of wisdom, strength, new beginnings, and There are programs that scrape the internet automatically for strings like that. It might just be spam. Well, I think a program would be hard pressed to scrape that out of the live chat as it's currently going because it's not been transcribed yet, you know. But I'll remove my phone number and email. Hopefully, I've got them already if you wanted them. Okay, Jesus. Do you have to meow at me all the time? Go ahead. Go ahead. I guess I gotta watch the code. Yours is 33? Well, you got a master number, huh? I guess that means you are going to own slaves. Which personally I think is kind of a dick move from you, Johnny. But, you know, I'm not going to judge. I guess if you want to enslave people. Your name is Toby. Oh, I've been wondering what my name is. Toby, huh? I thought it was... No, no, no. You weren't allowed to speak that way anymore. I'm not? No. Because you and your culture and ways are bad. So bad that you don't even count as human. You sure about that? Very sure. Well, I don't really feel as though you've won the argument. I have won it with these guns. If you watch my cat eat, then you see my cat eat, and you know my cat has food. Oh my God, will you stop enslaving everybody? It's so embarrassing. They're always like, does your friend own slaves? And I was like, yeah, but, you know, I'm sure he's got a good reason. Ugh. Not a big fan of this watermelon flavor at all. It tastes like watermelon that's been pulled out of someone's ass. Whose ass? I mean, I can't be that specific. I haven't tasted. You know, I need to have an extensive knowledge of people's ass taste, and fortunately, I'm proud, grateful to say I do not have that such knowledge. Good night. Good night. Who's going to bed? Everybody? Acacia. Good night. What time is it? Almost midnight? Yeah, Johnny Cats, I do understand that is totally a valid position as well, that, hey, I can't do the farming myself. I'm busy overseeing things. And it's like, who can afford to hire a bunch of employees, especially with the Affordable Care Act? Well, Johnny Cash, it looks like the courts have sided with you. That is a good enough reason to own slaves. If I got full teeth now, this is a temporary denture. I will have my final product in 3 to 5 months. Was originally 4 to 6 months, but it's been a month. When that starts happening, you're allowed to believe in the simulation. Otherwise, I don't believe that life is a simulation. But I wouldn't be totally shocked when it turned out that after I die, I wake up in my sim pod on future world. The next flat earth bullshit? No. Simulation isn't really even a theory or anything. It's just an explanation of life, the universe, and everything that says the reason certain things don't make sense is because they didn't actually simulate the actual mechanics of the thing. They just simulated an easier version of it or something. And it allows you to feel as though you have some kind of an answer to grand cosmological questions without actually answering them. So if I did wake up in a sim pod after I died in future world, then presumably these same cosmological questions about like God, evolution, whatever, that kind of stuff, they're either being answered to those questions in future world, and I go, oh, is that the answer? Or I remember when I wake up in my sim pod, like, oh, that's right. In the real world here, we've answered all those questions. But or if they didn't have an answer, then we just have pushed back the question of grand cosmological questions back to future world where I wake up with a pod. Yeah, it is a cool gift. It is a wooden back scratcher. It is not plastic. We may not be on a flat Earth, but the Milky Way galaxy is thinner than a sheet of paper. Science can be super crazy. Yeah, well, apparently that galaxy thinness is a core justification for dark energy. So I don't think the human brain could imagine what God is. I mean, Alex, human brains have already imagined what God is. He's that guy with the long white hair and white beard and white robes. He stands on top of clouds. He typically wears like old school sandals. God, duh. You know, sometimes he lays down very, very suggestively and touches Adam's finger like this. That guy, that's God. I mean, not only did I comprehend him, I just described him for you. And I told you what kind of thing he stands on, namely clouds. Because even though heaven's not in the sky exactly, it is up, and wherever it actually is, there are clouds there. There's also naked babies with wings flying all around. Why? I don't know. I didn't put them there. But just be forewarned before you go there. You're gonna end up, careful as you're walking around. You don't want to get hit in the head with a flying baby. Hmm. Urine. Meow, meow, meow. Would you like me to excrete this? Meow, meow, meow. Do you promise not to yell? Oh, urine. Ah. Well, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. And you can't go to the bathroom without using the toilet. Hmm. I believe I believe in a world without crime. A world where the human heart is noble and free. I believe that America is the country that's north of Mexico. Hmm. You're asking them to prove they go on proof. I mean, here's some receipts of a time when I paid a notary public to validate that I had proven this, thereby proving that I go on proof. I stand on business, and I'm clocking. I'm picking up what you're putting down. If it were titled properly, I would have been incorrect. Well, the title of this stream is A Chance to TWFP. And this is the titular chance. No, it doesn't have anything to do with titties. But I can't blame you for making that mistake because of the way the word sounds. Instead, it has to do with titles. Not like the Lord and Lady kind of titles, but the nutshell at the top of the video. I guess the title of something is really the name of a piece of media, basically. That's what a title is. Some people in the olden days used to like to write very long titles. Nowadays, people understand titles as being Devin Adams. Is this about the Steve Billings thing? I mean, isn't everything about Steve Billings? Ben Harder. Who's the most famous person I've talked to? I haven't really talked to any famous people. not celebrities. I've talked to lots of regular people, some of them as though they were famous, but I never actually intended the channel to talk to actual celebrities. The idea was that I would interview regular people kind of as though they were celebrities, I guess. But the channel didn't end up becoming that. But that was the idea originally, anyway. Sometimes my brain doesn't do the thing, it does something else instead. Does it do the Charleston? Some things are about Harvey Levin, but some things aren't, you know? Like this, Harvey Levin. What's this about? It's about scratching one's back. Or any place else. I can scratch my front if I want to. Scratch my nose, scratch my cheek. Get a little scratch on the old beard here. So I guess what this is really all about is scratching. Scratching and popping and locking. Your brain thinks already run down, huh? Well, now the time when you buckle down and speed up. I'm Ruben, goddammit, and I'm gonna win or die trying. You know, like what if I scratch off my cherry angiomas? I don't think I have any cherry angiomas. I don't even know what that is. Is that a cocktail that somebody invented honoring Maya Angelou? Do you keep track of your typing sessions? I mean, the ones that people say I can publish, I publish them and I put them in a place. The ones that people want me to share with them privately or think about it again, unless I start thinking like maybe I should make some more room in my Google Drive, then I'll delete all the typing sessions in one big thing, or a lot of them all at once. You know, I don't make any notes about them. I don't, I don't keep any records or anything like that. I don't get, keep track of the data to make it more useful experimentally or anything. You know, I'm just kind of chaotic mess. But it is the case that I almost always I'm responsible about making my appointments and stuff. Almost never do I flake or anything. How many typing sessions do you average in a month? I don't know, maybe like 2 or 3. I, in theory, 0.5, 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Not very many. Depends on the month. Sometimes I get more than one. Sometimes I get no. I guess. Why did I start doing typing sessions? Well, I mean, I originally started talking about typology and MBTI stuff because uh, first I discovered cognitive functions. I thought it was interesting, and I made a video about it. And then well, I get like 2 or 3 because even if you only see zero point 0.5 a month, that's only the ones that publish. So. Um, so I started doing it because I started talking about the subject and one video I made about ENTPs as I was learning about cognitive functions is basically saying, so apparently ENTPs have expert intuition. And anyway, that got a good amount of views compared to any other video I'd made. So that made me kind of want to keep talking about the subject. But also it had its own momentum implicit to itself, right? Like once I discovered cognitive functions, I found it very interesting and like very robust as an idea, so that I could both. I still had a lot of figuring out of stuff to go, but also that I could reliably use it to right out the bat as a lexicographical tool to describe cognition events. What benefits do you think come with knowing typology and people knowing their type? Do you think it can be used as a tool for self growth? Well, the number one benefit that I think of when I think about how understanding cognitive functions benefited me is that it allowed me to answer philosophical questions correctly where before they might have flummoxed me, and to have correct explanations for things that before I could only be so correct because the correct answer lay in me using a term wrong, using a certain term, assuming it had certain qualities, and then realizing that cognitive functions informed it again by redirecting my attention to, uh, you know, like actual defensible statements. So, knowledge is justified true belief is not a statement you can defend because, first of all, it's circular in the sense that if you're trying to make a distinction about knowledge, highlighting the fact that it's true, whereas belief is uncertain or something, then you can't have true in the definition of it. But regardless, cognitive functions lets you correctly reframe the issue of how do we define knowledge as, well, it's the artifact of knowing. People pay attention, sometimes they know things, and the thing that they know is what we call knowledge. And just because it's knowledge doesn't mean it's correct. It's so simple, right? When you have cognitive functions, it's so complicated when you don't. No, I did cut my hair the other day. It doesn't have any pickles. The other thing that cognitive functions does, and I'm not sure how much of a benefit this is or not, but like I might have some bad memories about how I didn't care about somebody enough or misjudged what was really important or something. In a universe without a cognitive function frame to analyze that, then I could only say, wow, at best I could say, wow, I really failed to care about that adequately, or I really failed to know what was important to me. But it could only potentially be condemnatory of myself because I would be operating under this false frame that lots and lots of people are operating under, which says every person is kind of like a neutral blank thing that can either achieve or fail on all these different things, possibly. Cognitive function tells you your specific configuration, you're going to find these things easy, satisfying, both be successful at them. These things over here, you're always going to suck at them. And to the extent that you have like big problem, it's going to link to those things. The best you can do is recognize where your deficit areas are. You may or may not be able to work around those deficits, probably not. But the only solace you get is that then you have an explanation. You can say, well, yeah, those are the areas where I fucked up, unsurprisingly. It's my blind spot / eighth law function. Maybe fourth, you might say, about fourth too, but it doesn't actually, it's like cold comfort because it doesn't stop me from hating myself for those failures, even if intellectually I can explain why it was always going to be hard for me to avoid those kind of failures or those specific failures or failures in that area. It doesn't change the fact that as contemporaneous wisdom grows to inform me about how this thing before I did was fucked up or I failed in some way, I don't give that person back there any credit for not understanding that then and thereby somehow being less culpable. So understanding and having an explanation for something like that, since it doesn't actually relieve me of any self-accountability stuff that I do, I'm not sure if it's worth anything. Leave him alone. Leave who alone? Well, if it had a little bit of mayonnaise on it, I wouldn't kick it out of bed. But let's see what this text is about. Hello, I'm back. I got a text. I got a text. I got a text. I got a text. GOTG? What's GOTG? Get out of the garage. Well, I was wondering as well, Johnny Cats, but now I feel like I know. Never bring a spade to a gunfight. Oh, Game of Thrones game. Oh, you sweet summer child. Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy, huh? I mean, I don't mean to critique, but realistically, they're guarding such a small little sections of the galaxy that they really can't even call themselves guardians of the solar system. More just like guardians of this random place, then this random place. If I wanted to hire people to guard the entire galaxy, that raccoon guy and tree guy and green lady, they're never going to be up to the job. I'm not saying I could guard the entire galaxy better than they could. I'm just saying I'd be humble enough to not say I'm guarding the entire galaxy. Like right now, I'm guarding the living room. I'm not even guarding the whole house. No, the Cleveland Guardians also are ill equipped to guard the galaxy. They can't even guard Cleveland. They couldn't even guard their previous name. You'd think we'd we'd learn from history, but sure enough, the white man name comes in and the Indians are just pushed out. Yeah, he's from the eastern seaboard, that raccoon. But not like none of the other people seem to be from regions of America. Oh, you think raccoon's accent is Bostonian? It's East Coast, okay? We don't need to be more specific than that. I'm just jerking your yank. Can you please not jerk that? That's my yank. Everywhere I go, they know I'm from California. They say it's my accent. I don't recognize it, though. It's a Boston saying, don't sweat it. Well, that's wicked cool. There's a Boston saying for you. That's a real Boston Tea Party. There's another Boston saying. One if by land, two if by sea. My name's Paul Revere, he, he. You don't often hear the end of that quote, but that was the end of the quote. Can I speak like I'm from Boston? Sure. Hey, let's go to Boston Market and enjoy some of their fine food. Afterwards, we'll make the river green. What do you think? Yes, I agree. We are in Boston. I've never been to Boston, but I do know that Boston clam chowder and New York clam chowder are different. One of them's red, one of them's white. Boston Market no longer exists. Okay, well, I'm assuming if you go to Boston, you can at least see the band Boston. They must be playing all the time. Boo! Boo, Boston! Show Media, I called you last night and you didn't pick up. Tough to be you, Show Media. This Eastern accent in New England has been clipped and used a lot. Is it the lockjaw accent? Let me see. Where is the mouse? Where did I put you, little mouse? Here, mousy mousy, where have you gone? Here, mousy mousy, come right along. What did I do with it? Well, I must have taken it someplace. Did I? Is it in the pocket of this jacket? No, there's my glasses. Found my glasses. Is it in the pocket of this jacket? No. Did I take it to the kitchen? That's possible. Maybe put it down over here. Yes. And that's where I left my drink. It's like an overdone Massachusetts accent.
Kim Kardashian had this absolutely stunning, sexy look at the Met Gala.
That's a Boston accent? Or is that New York? At the Met. The Met, I think it was being New York, though.
Kim Kardashian had this
Kim
absolutely
Kardashian!
sexy look at the Met Gala, and you can recreate it at home. Kim Kardashian had this absolutely stunning, sexy look at the Met Gala, and you can recreate it at home.
People are cosplaying the types. That's pretty, that's pretty ridiculous, the way that person talks. Bro, you are enjoying yourself too much. Slow down before the universe puts the kibosh on you. Ah. Sit your awe down. I mean, I'm not like over partying or whatever. This is non-alcoholic beer. And if you think standing up is too much for me to handle, then it's already too late. If I were so weak and sickly that standing up was difficult for me, then the prescription would be more standing up, not less. Listen, ooh, ah, ooh, do you want me to excrete this? It's some urine in my pants. Oh, you didn't want me to excrete this? Well, it's too late now. I can't stop now until it's all excreted. I thought you said you did want some excretions. No? Maybe you said discharge? No? Well, that's what I heard. I'd like you to discharge some excretions, please. Or maybe it was excretes and discharge. Hi there, Leo. Leo's here. Just say hi. Hi, Leo. Hi, mister. Mr. Sweet Dog. Made out of biscuits. Biscuits and love. That's what you're made out of. But I'm glad that that dog just wanted to say hi and then continue on his way, because I don't really want to, I don't want to have the problem that Jared has where Leo often hangs out at his house and sits on his couch out in front. And the reason I don't want to have that problem is because then I'm going to feel responsible for the dog. And if it's cold outside, I'm going to want to let the dog in the house. And then we'll have this sort of dog that's sort of at our house all the time. I don't really want that. I'm trying to avoid that. So we don't have any good place for Leo to sit down here like they do in front of their house. So hopefully we don't end up with partial unwanted custodianship of this neighborhood dog that actually lives across the street. I do love Leo. He's a great dog and everything, but I don't want to be responsible for him. And I know that my FI will make me responsible for him if he's around here often enough. I'll feel like, oh, it's too cold for you, or whatever. No, we're not adopting him. No. I'm just saying that's why I'm glad he moved right along and why we don't have anything out here that he could sit on, because I do not want to find myself trying to ensure that someone else's dog is fed, warm, whatever. I don't object at all to his current relationship with me, where he comes down periodically, just briefly says hi, and goes about his business. That's fine. Cats are better anyway. I don't think cats are necessarily better, but they're definitely our two cats are current that we currently have are the right choice and the full extent of our pet choice for me and Rachel. I think we have enough trouble taking care of ourselves. You know, we have deer. You have deer. You're not supposed to keep deers inside your house. We have deer here, but they also eat the baby plants we put in the front yard. I don't want him chilling. I can't. I don't like those neighbors. I don't want their dog. Well, like I was saying, I'm saying I'm glad he just stopped by briefly because I don't want to be responsible for him, etc. Yeah, we're in agreement here. Why will they stop barking when he walks home from work just because he owns a car? Because dogs respect you more when you own a car. No, I didn't win at all because for me the only possible victory condition would have been making some kind of progress. Uh, but I made no progress because you know because of frame issues. Like, yes, partially it's because he was married to his agenda, so like he wasn't gonna change his position on things. But partly it was just him trying to be non-responsive to things I said that falsified what he said by saying things like, "Well, yeah, but if you go up a level, that's not a response. Your position is neither above nor below mine. It's just wrong and mine's correct." But people get so used to reifying stuff, saying things like, arguments, like, when arguments create contradictions. No, people contradict themselves when making arguments. It may seem like, oh, you're saying the same thing basically, but not when you're trying to argue by flipping back and forth between actual agent specificity and what's fundamentally just a bunch of reification fallacies, attributing agency to things that have none. It kind of shows you the detriment that organized religion can be to the person. Well, I mean, wrongness is an equal opportunity employer, okay? Yeah, that guy's wrong about religion, in part because he's wrong about his definition of faith. He wants to just define faith as confidence, trust, um, loyalty, or something. But when we use the word faith, we're talking about a kind of epistemic, right? Like, I posit, I um, I predict, I know, I believe, I have faith in, etc. So the point is, it's appropriate to use that kind of word to mean something that's actually relevant to what we're talking about, right? Like, the reason it's incorrect to say faith means loyalty is because loyalty means loyalty. The reason it's incorrect to say faith means trust is because trust means trust. Trust may involve more or less of a leap of faith. And the extent to which something's a leap of faith, if it's maximally so, it's predicated on the least amount of belief. If it's minimally so, it's predicated on more belief. The idea that Christians who want to play both sides of this angle of, you should believe because it's good to have faith in God or something, and also that you should believe for rational reasons, even though they don't think you have to have rational reasons to be correct about God, which is, I don't know. I don't know why they want to do this stuff. I explained to them why they don't need to do that stuff, how it's pointless waste of time to argue about God's existence. And in part, it's a pointless waste of time. As I said in that short, you didn't respond on point at all, right? Part it's a pointless waste of time because there's no adequate way to operationally define God. And you can't meaningfully affirm or negate the existence of something undefined. Because whatever you claim affirms the existence of that thing, the other person could negate the existence of that thing. There'd not be a contradiction between the two of you because you both defined it differently. And neither of you defined it operationally. So, like, I'm not sure what type that guy was. He seemed to be TI in some ways, but it can be hard for me to know, like, if somebody's married to an agenda, even if they're TI, somebody could be married to an agenda and be TI front stack and be like married to making that advocacy and still use TI, but in some ways, but I don't know what type it was. The thing is, I could do some things like he say something, IAT, answer that thing, and then he be sort of responsive to this a little bit. But then when I explained why that response didn't work, he would say, we'd circle back around again, and he'd say the same responses again, as though I had never explained why that doesn't work. He never responded to that, me explaining why it doesn't work. We just start back at the top again. What is that demonstrative of? Well, and sometimes when that displays, it can be indicative of antipolar or something like that. Like ESFJs do a bit of that circling around thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean just because ESFJs do that every time somebody does that, they're an ESFJ. I'm not saying that. Regardless, the problem, ultimately, from my perspective, wasn't anything to do with cognitive functions, but rather just somebody either not understanding what I was saying or just, I don't know. It's the same kind of thing I banged my head against many times in the past. Usually it is representative of a TE kind of determinist frame when people are arguing this math governs the universe stuff. But I've heard plenty of smart people say that nonsense. And it's so ridiculous because math is a language we use to describe physical objects and their relationships to one another. The idea that somehow the ultimate code to the universe could be this weak language that's specialized just to describe physicalities. I mean, come on. You might as well just say regular language is underneath everything because regular language can describe and engage intellectually with all kinds of realities, not just physical quantity stuff, you know? It's just not as good at precisely engaging that physical quantity stuff as using the specialized language for it, but um, it's just insane. Who knows why people keep mistaking the map for the territory and failing to acknowledge that no, there's no map until mapping occurs. Oh, but yeah, but look, the the lake was always there, right? Yes, but I mean, okay, so then it it was it is the case that Lake Igabago exists. Well, I mean, it it's called such once people named it that, and to the extent that people reference it, they reference it as an object of analysis. And if you go there, you will see the lake. It's like those are actual statements you can make that are defensible, right? And you say, okay, therefore, lakes exist as identities, independent of people. I don't know. People, like, I don't get why one would get attached to any of those arguments, or what you might, but then you might like generously call arguments, because they don't do like. Why would you like that? Because it's not doing the thing it's supposed to do properly or well, or giving you any of the benefits of it. It's like, why would you use a chainsaw that doesn't actually have any gas in it or go around and just rub it back and forth against a branch? It's not even, it, in theory, it might make a little progress, but for a hand tool, it's a very weak saw and it's not operating to its advantages because you've chosen not to turn it on. Same thing like with those arguments. Why would you be so attached to them when you could either replace them with a better handsaw or better yet, stop trying to cut down that branch. That kind of branch doesn't get cut down with those kind of saws. It doesn't get cut down at all. It just gets freaking argued about pointlessly. The show is called Why You Shouldn't Argue About God. And what does it prompt? More arguing about God. Nobody learns what I'm saying. They just want to disagree with it because they don't care what the best arguments are. They don't Because they already have this position that, no, I believe in God because I have faith, but more importantly, because it's the only philosophically defensible position. Oh, why? Why does this happen in the world? Why don't they just listen to me and let the powerful words do their miraculous work? I make so much sense. And people that are arguing against me, they rarely make sense. They just say their things and they're not trying to, they're not doing a good job of working on a shared job site. Like if you imagine that he and I are two carpenters working on the same piece of wood. He's just flanging his saws and chisels and stuff all over the place, willy-nilly. It's like I want to have those arguments and have them be productive, and for me to be nice and understanding and considerate of the other person and appreciative of their time too. It's like I appreciate his willingness to put his time and energy into spending some time on the channel and stuff, and he seems like a really nice guy, and I don't want to have to be like, oh, no. But people in their wrongness, why? Why do they say, I want to debate you about this, not for the purpose of determining what the best arguments are, but because I want to convince you that my, ill-gotten nonsense is correct. Because I want you to agree with me that the rational conclusion to draw based on basically thought experiments and reasoning is that God must exist. Oh, what horribleness. I guess what I should say in general about this that I've never really said before is, if you want to talk to me about how you can prove that God exists, first establish a criterion that I can agree on as to what it would look like if God didn't exist, how the world would be different than how it is now. Because if you're saying that it's not conceivable for any possible universe to not have God in it, then you're trying to say this is unfalsifiable and that no amount of words, argumentation, correctness, or anything will be adequate to convince you. So if you're saying I'm unconvincible, no matter what hypothetical we come up with as a alternate world, then you don't even want to. You're not saying that you win the argument. You're saying that that just by virtue of us being able to argue, you've already won the argument. And if that's the case, then why am I able to make counter arguments? If that's the case, what point did you win on before we got here? Well, see, that's another like agent first framing that I kept trying to return him to, which is saying like, no, actually, you can't win an argument before we have the argument. It's actually a discursive act between people. It doesn't exist in the ether somehow independent of them. And that's what was the sticking point, I guess. He didn't like my agent first framing because that exposed the nothingness. It exposed the emperor's no clothes. But I didn't want to be all like, I didn't want to have this denouement of mixed regret and irritation at being willing to talk to the guy, but there not being any actual like progress being made. But I'm mad at myself for expecting there to ever be any progress being made. I don't know. People typically want to argue about things that they believe strongly. Can you imagine if you took your clothes to the dry cleaner and / tailor and said, hey, these clothes got a little damaged. Can you write up a little work order for all the things that are wrong with it? And they look at it and go, okay, well, there's 2 holes on the left side, 1 hole in the middle, some fraying on the bottom. And they go, actually, there's fraying on the top. And you're like, no, as you can clearly see here, the fraying is at the bottom of the sweater. You're just arbitrarily calling that the bottom of the sweater. That's the kind of stuff I deal with in life. Because, of course, they don't think they're bringing their clothes into the dry cleaner or tailor to get diagnosed. They think they're bringing them in to win a best clothes contest. And I'm there to, give them an honest diagnosis of their wrongness. What do you mean my clothes don't win the best clothes contest? Well, I don't know if you saw the imaginary sign over the door, but this is a problem with clothes diagnosis center. This guy cracks me up. I think he's an ox. He does apartment tours in New York. I thought you might be amused by him as well. Apartment tours in New York, huh? Well. Is 1 in the morning already? I feel dehydrated, like sly bladed. So I was having this thought. Periodically this thought is returned to my head, and I'm still kind of having this thought, but it's just a thought I'm having. I'm not even I'm not saying I'm gonna do this, nor even that I think we should do this. But the thought that's been coming into my head has been about going to the casino. The main reason I'm hesitant about it is because the neighbor's car is very old, and of course, Gold's not super far away, but it is further away than town, and I don't want to put undue stress on the car. On the other hand, it is just Course Gold, it's not very far, and I think if we drove chill, we could certainly get there. But also, now that it's kind of on the later side, I am finally starting to feel kind of tired. But I don't know if I'm tired enough to go to sleep. And if I don't go to sleep, well, then I'll feel like about just like watching TV probably won't be very entertaining. I could continue live streaming, but my back's starting to hurt, probably because I'm dehydrated. Not that my back will stop hurting when I stop live streaming. It's not as though the live streaming is causing my back to hurt. But I was just thinking maybe if I were to either go to bed or move around more, maybe it would loosen up or something, I guess. I need to drink more liquid. Anyway, what does Rachel think about that video? Again, I'm very just mentioning the idea. I'm not necessarily sure I want to do it even. I am feeling pretty tired. Did I get my car back? What do you mean? Like, it's parked in the driveway here. But have I finished solving the problems with it? No. I don't know when you last. Nothing's changed in the last week or however long. About a week. It's horrible. I don't like to think about it. It's something I got to deal with. I guess I don't want to go to the casino. I just think like I shouldn't go to the casino until I complete dealing with this stuff. I can't believe I'm still dealing with it. Like, I didn't hear back from Cameron or Delilah today. There's not as much urgency as there was before because we got the neighbor's car, but it's the nightmare that still has not ended. This car nightmare began at the beginning of December. I don't remember exactly when. And it is now the 15th of January. And I still don't have a car I can drive. But we are working on getting Delilah's car that she's not driving. So I need to follow up with the fucking mechanic, and it was just so oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. The worst thing about it, of course, it continues on. I don't know when it's going to be over. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if any more money I might put into it would be wasted completely again, You know, like let's say I had to pay to get towed there. Um, well, that's only a good idea if, in fact, I get it back and it's actually fully functional and fixed. The the I could try to be like, you have to pay for the car to get towed back there, and I'm sure plenty of people would make that suggestion. Um, Something I might float as a possibility because, after all, it broke down on the way back from there when we were almost all the way home. Anyway, I got to deal with that. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it because I've been dealing with it for a fucking month plus, and I don't have a super clear vision on exactly what I should uh, do, in what order, under what conditions, what happens if those conditions aren't met, etc. So I'm just in a holding pattern. Buddy Cat, you gotta be kidding me. He did all the work, right? Presumably, well, Jonathan Earl sent me a good email explaining what I should reasonably expect, what's likely happened. That when cars undergo a substantial amount of work and they break down on the way home, it's almost always one of two things, etc. Okay, but I am not dealing. I have not dealt with it yet since the car broke down. I need to call the mechanic. I got records to prove that it got towed back here the same day, you know. But I've just been avoiding. I've dealt with the other end of it, which is to say, I've not wanted to deal with it until I had another car in place because I've been dealing with it without another car and having to rent a car for too long, right? So I put that on the back burner until I finished dealing with getting a car. I think it's called a Chevy Volt. Anyway, it's the most horrible thing. I hate talking about it. I hate thinking about it. You know, everybody's got advice about it. People are always full of, well, you should have done this. Did you ask them this? No, I did not have good extroverted thinking regarding this. Shocking. No, I did not. Has my weak TE really bit me in the ass this time? Yeah. I might try to defend myself by saying, well, I didn't know. Blah, blah, blah. And then people say, blah, 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 blah. I don't fucking know. Just fuck that fucking whole thing. I hate it with all my might. Everything I've just been talking about, I hate it so much. I hate it more than Rosa Parks hated racism. I hate it more than Abraham Lincoln hated slavery. I hate it more than Rachel hates Blake Lively. I think it's a hybrid. I think that's what it is. I don't know. I was like, I claimed I was INTP. Do you think that's true? I don't know. I don't know. The thing is, I wasn't trying to type you, and I don't have enough examples of people, random people coming in, debating me, being a certain type, to feel like I know what type you are just from having that argument. Because, in part, because uh, well, because I'd have to type you. I'd have to type you to know. It would be irresponsible to speculate either way until I had some actual test results to refer to. Yes, I think it would. I think it would, like Alan O'Gould. Oh, the car thing. I'm so sorry to hear you're also experiencing car problems like that. I am more aware than I've ever been in my life just how absolutely miserable it is to have intransigent car problems. This denture getting in the way of me talking. Don't worry, it's temporary, everybody. When I get my final teeth in, there won't be this cumbersome thing in my mouth. That's what she said. No, that is not what she said. She must have said something different. That company is doing everything that Elon has overpromised and underdelivered. What company? Canada is in talks with the Chinese electric car vehicle manufacturer. BYD. Well, I guess maybe if they make good cars. I don't know. Personally, like, for example, watch anime. There are plenty of Japanese anime. There are also a fair amount of Chinese animes. And even when they're dubbed into Japanese, I can always tell when it's a Chinese cartoon. They're simply subpar. I don't know if that's true of their cars as well, but it's true of their anime. Are you being sarcastic? My facetious meter is like that right now. Am I being sarcastic? About what? What was that? I don't even know what I was talking about. Everybody sent $100 for technical trouble. Well, that's gonna be a difficult hour to sustain being entertained by hanging out with a cat for an hour. I mean, I could do it if I were in the right mood, but I'm not sure I want to take on the job, you know? Dave Matthews Band is not my favorite, no. She woke up, he felt down. They drove themselves to town to pick up smokes and get some cokes. then walk in the park. Cha. Piao, piao, piao. When he woke up, he felt down. They drove themselves to town to pick up smokes, get some cokes, and walk in the park. So, yeah, I got some work to do, but it's coming together. It's a good idea. I like the bass. It's a little loud in that mix. I need to turn the bass down. But, as they once said in Hollywood movies, what's up, pussycat? Yes, the Hollywood film industry wanted to know what was up. And the pussycat replied, meow, meow, so very much meow. You want to send me some beats with no vocals? You think you can vocals to it? I could. Possible. I could give it a shot. Oh, kitty. You are made out of meows and vinegar. Hi, flash warning, just James in love. Well, there are a couple of moments of discordance, and I don't necessarily have it every spot of it edited precisely all the way yet, but I noted at some point that like the lower register of a certain note sounded slightly out of tune, where the higher register of the same note sounded in tune in one instance. And but the thing is, all the parts are coming from the same keyboard, so they've got to be in tune. It's not like I messed with the tuning of it or anything in between using different instruments. I just leave it as the default. So they've got to be in tune. And what I ended up doing was just using the higher register in both instances, and it sounded like a good and better tune. But yeah, it did. Well, maybe it still does. I didn't notice it myself, but it's conceivable that there's another instance of the bass sounding out of tune with the piano. The second piano and first piano, they might sound discordant, like a bad note or something. It didn't sound good. It doesn't fit there. But they shouldn't actually be out of tune with each other, because not only Is it the same keyboard? It's the same instrument setting. Grand piano. Now that's a grand piano. You're a silly boy. How much food can you possibly eat? Why do you want to eat so much and so often? I'd understand if you, like, did triathlons or something. You don't even do una-athlons. You know, what do they call, if you have turn a triathlon into just two, it's called a biathlon. What is it called if it's turned into one? Is it just an athlon or is it a una-athlon? Uno-athlon. Yeah, I'm gonna go compete in an athlon today. A what? It's half a biathlon. Which half? I'll find out when I get there. What? Yeah. I gotta bring all the things. A boat. They use a boat? No, they use a boat. Yeah, but if it is the swimming one, I'm gonna cheat. I'm bringing a boat. Because I don't really like swimming. You could just go to a biathlon that's got racing on the road and bicycles. Yeah, but I only want to do one half of that. But I don't care which half. Do you have a bicycle? No, but I have a boat. And you're gonna row your way to victory if it's the bicycle part. I didn't say I was gonna win. I'm just gonna give it my best shot. Hope that some parts of the running course are underwater. Hopefully, as much as 95% of it will be underwater. Anybody wanna participate in the athlon with me? The crapshoot athlon, where what happens is they're running a triathlon, but it's 3 single athlons, and you pull lots to find out which athlon you get to compete in. So, like, that lady who can't swim, well, obviously, for her, this is kind of a form of Russian roulette. If she gets the swimming part, then basically a death sentence. Similarly, for the guy who's allergic to bicycles, he's got a life-destroying allergy to bicycles. Doctors are still trying to figure out what part of the bicycle it is. Some specialists are saying it has something to do with the paint, but he's repainted it multiple times. Every time after repainting it, he got near it, he get a life-threatening allergic reaction. His face would swell up, and his arms would get all red, his legs would get all green, his back would get all yellow. You know, normal allergy stuff. What do you think about a fitness club called Athlon Alley? that just comprises 3 very shortened athlon courses. So it's like really it's just a pool, but it's structured like an athlon, so you say. To complete this athlon, you must swim this many laps. And then similarly there's a little small bicycle course, but it just says to complete this athlon, you need to ride it this many laps. And you probably think the same for the running. No, for the running, you run down these stairs, go deep, deep into the earth, and then all the way back up. It's the hardest one. Athlon Alley, fitness club, the 3-course fitness club. That's what you call it, okay? 3 courses, 5 stars. Anything but that. Athlon Alley. Yeah, I don't know how many people train for triathlons, but if you had a large population of people nearby you training for triathlons, conceivably they might want such a thing. But they probably just figure out how many laps it takes to swim an athlon themselves and swim in any pool then. But at Athlon Alley, when you complete an athlon, you get a special medal. Did I notice any effects of vitamins? I do notice it a little bit, sort of. I don't take that many vitamins. Oh, magnesium. Isn't that the stuff you start fires with? I'm not trying to start a fire in my mouth. I like the idea of a guy who brings a boat to a triathlon. Like he kind of like comes really late to the starting line. He lets everybody kind of get out into the water a bit ahead of him. And he pushes it out and looks around to see if he's looking. Then he climbs in the boat and starts paddling away, going through all the people in front of him. They're all like, "Hey, what are you doing? You can't paddle a boat." And he just waves to them. And then, he by the time he gets back to the shore where they took off from, assuming it's a straight out and back swimming race, he's in first place. He gets out of the boat and starts running. Yeah, I'm in first place. He starts running, then he remembers, and he runs back and he picks up his boat. I don't want to forget this. So I like this idea of this guy. I guess, when he's doing the running thing, he could probably put on some roller skates as well, as long as he's cheating. And on the bicycle thing, he could like hold on to a car. I wonder if anybody has been super brazen about cheating, so much so that they're in first place at the end, and then still tried to act like, no, I won this race. What are you talking about? Like just kind of openly cheating in front of all the other competitors. Use some Heelys. That's a good idea. You can kind of hide that a little bit. You could also use some rocket shoes, maybe. That would help. Rocket shoes are just regular shoes with little rockets on the back of them that kind of force you to run really fast. In case you didn't know. How many people currently are wearing rocket shoes? Me? Yeah. Unfortunately, my rockets are all out of fuel. When these rocket shoes are filled up with fuel, this is as thick as this. It's filled up with super liquid super fuel. The use of which as a propellant gives me the power of 1,000 nuclear bombs. What if one race involved trebuchets? What are trebuchets exactly? Are those tall houses that you push up against the wall of a castle? Use motorcycle for the bike part. But you should make a point of like doing it for a little bit and then getting off the motorcycle and handing it to a helper and then getting back on a regular bicycle and going like waving to the camera, I'm first. Catapults, basically. Oh, trebuchets are catapults, huh? Well, the things I'm thinking about are called siege towers, I guess. How many trebuchets would it take to win a triathlon? If you're talking about how many trebuchet mias, well, I guess you can figure that out by knowing how long, say, the running part of a triathlon was, and how long the average trebuchet could shoot a weight of the average person, and then divide the first one by the second one, and then you'd have your answer. I need to shoot 6 trebuchet shots to get to the end of the running part of the triathlon. 6 back, that's 12 trebuchets. Then, if it takes 12 total for the running part, I'm going to say it takes 36 for the bicycling part because they must bicycle 3 times the distance they run, wouldn't you think? Seems to me they would. Well, I'd like to see him incorporate a hang glider at some point in this survey of possible ways of cheating that he's engaging in. He could ride a horse. He is going to have a large team of helpers to help him do this as they bring him thing after thing as he goes through all the possible ways they can think of him cheating. Mangonels and trebuchets, rolling rams mounted. Trebuchet is a type of catapult that uses a hinged arm with a sling attached to the tip to launch a projectile. Huh. I see. Well, good for the French. I hope they enjoyed their fancy catapults. Like, you can call them champignons if you want to, France, but they're still mushrooms to me. I think I'm about ready to go to sleep. Go lie down anyway. I feel tired. I drank one of those little drinks, most of it. Well, actually, I drank 2/3 of it. Either 2/3 or 3/4 of it. I don't know. I got this much left. But it goes up to here, this line. That's how much left I have. So I'm kind of faded. I don't have a brand. I have a bottle of 8s. Of bees? Of bees. A bottle of Sammy and some iron. Well, good. It's important to eat iron. You might say, but Eric, that's made out of metal. But I'd say, don't worry, it's iron. The healthiest metal since magnesium. All right, I'm going to go. I love you guys. I wish you all the best in this cold, heartless world in which we live. Remember, let's be kind to ourselves. Let's love one another and, most importantly, ourselves, because sometimes we can be our own harshest critic. Before I go, what? No, I'm not doing any lines of magnesium. All right, see you later.